be held Tuesday, August 17, 2021, and voting shall be from 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. at the Community Center, 4670 South Peninsula Drive, Ponce-Inlet, Florida. Section 3, registration. Electors must be registered with the Supervisor of Elections for Volusia County, Florida by Monday, July 19th, 2021 in order to vote in this election. Section 4, early voting information. Early voting will be held at the Department of Elections, 1750 South Woodland Boulevard, DeLand, Florida, Monday, August 9th, 2021 through Friday, August 13th, 2021 from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Section 5, deadlines for absentee ballots. Absentee ballots for this election may be ordered for mailing from the Department of Elections until August 7th, 2021, but may be picked up through August 16th, 2021. All absentee ballots must be received by the Department of Elections by 7 p.m. on August 17th, 2021. Section 6, equipment testing. The voting equipment to be used in this election will be tested on Friday, August 6th, 2021 at 9 a.m. at the Supervisor of Elections Office, 1750 South Woodland Boulevard, DeLand, Florida, 32720. The public is invited to attend. Section 7, information. For information on election qualifying, please contact Kim Cherbano, CMC Deputy Town Clerk, at 236-2150, or Kate Cherbano at ponce-inlet.org. Whereof I hereunto set by hand and cause the seal of the Town of Ponce-Inlet, Florida to be affixed this 20th day of May, 2021. Town of Ponce-Inlet Mayor Gary L. Smith. Attest, Janine Witt, CMC Town Manager / Town Clerk.
There will be a test on that shortly, just to make sure that you understood everything, because that's a mouthful in a short period of time. All right. Down to the consent agenda, there are 3 items, A through C. Anyone want to pull one or ask a question about one?
I have one, item A, Mayor.
You want to pull that, or do you just want to ask a question?
I want to make a correction to it.
Okay.
Is it okay? No? All right, so on line 128 through 136, when I had a discussion with Mr. Perone, I initially asked him, while he was standing at the podium, if he remembered doing a next door post where he said, where he told the residents of Ponce-Inlet to wake up residents. That was the terminology, wake up residents. After he read this whole, wrote this whole thing about how much the town manager made and went on, and he said, wake up residents, and I questioned him about that, and I just don't see that in this statement here. I'd like to add it to the statement. I don't care where it goes, but it's just saying that Councilman Israel asked Mr. Perone why he said wake up residents.
Any objection to that?
No.
No.
Will there be a response provided as well? Are you aware of what his response was? Would that be included?
He agreed that he wrote it. He did agree that he wrote it.
So
He affirmed it, yes.
Maybe before we edit, we should go back to the tape and get the whole statement, because it's just there's had to be a whole statement that just doesn't wake up residents, wasn't it?
That's what we'd have to do. I mean, these minutes are not verbatim. They were created actually a little bit more in summary form than they had been in the past. But we can certainly add in any aspects of verbatim that any of you want with related to these minutes. So what I can do is I can ask Ms. Hunt to go back and do that section verbatim, and if there's anything else you want verbatim, we can do that also.
Can I ask a question? When these minutes are put in the agenda, when they're written, does whoever, I don't know if this Peg do it, I don't know who does, but do they have access to the video, the tape that's recorded for the meeting to listen as they're writing down the minutes?
Yes, she does listen to it, but they aren't verbatim.
See, we had the discussion last month about verbatim. I really think it's a serious issue that we're not putting these minutes in verbatim. Because sometime down the road, we might have someone challenge these minutes. If we're not exactly right, then they play the tape to the public, and they see that we left out something. That could be a serious issue for us, I believe. I mean, Cliff, is that an issue?
The answer is no, it's not an issue in terms of what the minutes are supposed to capture. Mm-hmm. What the minutes are supposed to capture is who made the motion, what action was taken, and what the vote was. That's what's required. In terms of whether it could be a serious issue, the answer is, and this is where the lawyer is supposed to stay out, that's a political issue. Mm-hmm. So, for example, the issue we're having now. He said this versus she said that, it's not in here. Well, if it didn't have anything to do with the decision, it doesn't need to be in there. Whether it should be, that's the policy question. In fact, I think we talked about the difference between like action minutes versus more detailed minutes. And I think we've tended to be towards more detailed minutes, but you know, it's really a political issue for the body.
So in a long version, it could be maybe.
Again, if anything can be made political, absolutely. So yes, it could be.
All right, thank you. So
It's up to all,
it's
it's
just,
up to all of you to direct how you want your minutes done. If you want them verbatim, we would need to probably bring in a court reporter for that process. But if you're looking for the type of minutes we do, then Ms. Hunt's perfectly capable of doing that. Some cities, actually quite a few, have gone to strictly action minutes, in which case we don't have any of the commentary whatsoever, just so that.
to me, I like what I said, put it in the record in case somebody comes back later and says, hey, you said this and it's not in here, or I said that. It could be an issue. And I'm talking to the council. I'm just looking at you, but I'm talking to the council. I'm talking to everybody on the council. So that's just the issue I have.
But if the issue comes up, the recording can be checked to verify who said what if it gets to that point. And I think we had that discussion last time.
And I think that's more than
Yeah,
sufficient.
do that.
I mean, maybe I'm old, but when I go back to the minutes and I read the minutes every single time, you know, I never look for verbatim. I look for what was decided within those minutes. And we've been doing that as long as I've been here. And that goes back 20 years. So I'm happy with the way it was. We just made the comment, you know, go back and check it. And if that, put the statement in then.
And just what you did, if something got left out that isn't appropriate when you read it, then fine, we're
Then we
willing
can correct it.
to certainly do that, and they'll go back and check it and put it in. So we would like the minutes to be accurate, but it would be burdensome to do it verbatim.
That's all I ask. And in fact, if it is there, if you can add it, send it, bring a copy so we see that it's been added. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Audience, any questions or comments on any of the agenda items? Seeing none?
I move to approve the consent agenda as modified on the record.
Second. I was waiting.
Have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we are now down to the audit presentation, and we had another pretty darn good audit.
Yes, and I'd like to introduce you to Dominic Morgese. He was the on-site manager for our audit. He is the senior manager of BMC CPAs in their New Smyrna Beach office. And zooming in, we have Bill Cochran. He is the audit manager and partner with the firm, and he is zooming in from North Carolina.
Hi, everybody.
Okay, folks, thanks for having us. Thanks for your business. I'd like to introduce Bill Cochran, who's zooming in again from Winston-Salem. Bill?
Hi, everybody. It's nice to be with you guys tonight. I am just a little background, I am the partner in charge of our audit group. I'm lucky, very lucky, very lucky to have Don down there in Florida, being our on-site person, work with the town and finance. I just like to say how happy I was and we were at how well the audit went, how the information was presented to us. We had no issues with management. All the information that we needed was readily available for us, and we conducted our audit with your team and our team, and I believe it was a very smooth process. So with that said, what I would like to do is I'm going to cover the first couple pages of this presentation, and then I'm going to allow Don to go over some of the more numbers part of the audit. If you could go to the next slide, please. basically the overview of these financial statements are AFR contents, introductory section, of course, financial section, compliance section. You are a governmental entity, so there are certain additional audit procedures and standards that we have to follow to actually conduct a governmental audit of your books. One of the things that they put, have governmental entities put in their financial statements is the MD&A. Which Don will go through with you. But what I like about the MD&A is you have to look at it, for the people in the audience, you have to look at it as a corporation. A corporation that's traded on a stock exchange. They are required to put that MD&A in there. And what this MD&A does for the board and the citizens, it basically is a chance for the town to tell you what they're doing, what they have done, what their accomplishments are, and I think the MD&A is very informative, and I think it makes for some good reading and discussion. So the first report that I would like to cover is an independent auditor's report. The independent auditor's report is what you guys are looking for, right? You're looking for an opinion, whether or not we believe that your financial information is fairly stated in all material respect. What I like about the audit report is how it tells you what management is responsible for. These financial statements are yours. What our job is to audit your financial statements and provide an opinion on them. The report also tells you what our responsibilities are as auditors. Again, expressing an opinion on the financial statements. We conduct the audit in accordance with auditing standards and government auditing standards. We have to obtain evidence whether or not we can obtain sufficient evidence. They obtain sufficient evidence for us to provide that opinion. Doing that is when we request all the information that we have to get from management and finance, the testing of their internal controls, right? How are you handling certain aspects of the town's finances, such as cash disbursements, and how you handle receipts, and how you handle payroll. All those things we have to look at. And that's why it's important that you have an independent certified public accountant looking at these items. So once we gathered all that information and we processed all that information, we gave you what they call a clean opinion or unmodified. Go to the next slide, please. And which basically says that based on what you gave us, and based on our testing, and based on all the evidence you have, based on representations that you have made to us through the audit, we believe, in our opinion, that your financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects. Along with a government audit, is you have certain other information that is required as the required supplementary information, which is the MD&A, management discussion and analysis that we'll discuss, and also other GAGAS reporting, government accounting, auditing standards, where it tells you and tells the citizens that we did look at the internal controls and compliance, and we have to issue a report on that. I'd like to say that that is a clean report. That means there are no findings, right? There's a couple of findings you can have. You can have significant deficiency or you can have material weakness, and there were neither one of those. So a very good report. We We also ask for management to make certain representations to us, and it's called management representation letter. And that basically says that we've provided you all the information that you've asked us for. We're not aware of any type of litigation that would be applicable to the audit and things along that line. And we did, we have that signed, and once we actually finish the board meeting, the council meeting, that we'll be able to issue the final financial statement. Go to the next slide, please. Great. Are there any questions? I'd be more than happy to take any questions from anybody about what I just covered. Okay, Don, you're up.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so let's take a look at slide 5. That's the balance sheet, also known in government speak as the statement of net position. Okay, so this covers the last day of the fiscal year, September 30th. Okay, so assets grew. They grew $779,000 in the prior year, $21.9 million. Okay, column there for 2020. Liabilities grew as well, $945,000 to $21.2 million. $12.1 million. Got the wrong number down there. Okay, in the area of net assets, okay, they decreased $243,000. Okay, so if you look at the change column there, it says a decrease of $243,000. What that is pointing to and referring to is net income for the entity. Okay, and I know that sounds perilous, and I know that sounds ominous, but we have to factor in that that takes into consideration the recognition of the FRS liability. Okay, so I don't know if that's been presented to you. Down at the bottom is a footnote saying that. Okay, so there's a governmental accounting standard that indicates we have to recognize the pro rata share on the liability of FRS. So that, if you look at the unrestricted net assets in the 2020 column of $313,000, that would not be a $313,000 negative figure if it were not for that recognition that I just referred to. Okay, so that includes $5.2 million of recognition of a liability that's really technically not yours. It's a governmental standard that says you have to show that. Okay, so that's the balance sheet. I'm going to talk a little more about that on the next page. Okay, so you can see there that the increase from the prior year, if you go right to the bottom, it says 5.2 million. It actually says 5239, but that's in thousands, so it's 5.2 million increased from the prior year. That was 3.6 million in that liability that I'm referring to, and that's a jump of 1.6 million. Okay? Now, as in any financial reporting context, when you increase or decrease anything on the balance sheet, okay, that goes to the income statement. So that's what we're feeling the state here. So that 1.6 million in pension expense is flowing through the income statement. It's there, but it's not yours. I hope that makes sense. Okay? Now, this is in the context of what we call GASB 34 reporting. So there was a pronouncement, I don't want to bore you with all the pronouncements, but I have to do it. It's my job. In 2003, we came out with this pronouncement that said, hey, time out, government accounting is a little bit different than commercial accounting. And the Governmental Accounting Standards Board came out with 34 saying, let's do some accounting the way IBM or the manufacturing plant down the street does accounting. And we started recognizing accruals, we started recognizing appreciation, and things of this nature. Okay? So that is how I'm presenting these numbers to you now. We will circle back and talk about the old way, the governmental way, later in this presentation. In fact, the audit is pretty much that as well. And that this 100-page book covers that. And there's a lot of pages that reconcile these two types of reports that I'm talking about. Okay? The governmental one and the new GASB 34, which is more of a commercial type of accounting model. Okay? So if we go on to page 7, what kind of financial report presentation would there be with a pie chart? So let's look at the pie chart. Look at our governmental fund revenues, okay? They total around 7.6 million a year, okay? And of that, you have 69% coming from property taxes. You have about 7% coming from other taxes, 11% coming from charges for services, 1% from operating grants, capital grants coming in at about 5%, intergovernmental revenues at about 5%, other revenues 2%. You go to page,
Excuse me, what is other revenues?
that would be anything that is not included in the other areas of this chart. It could be fingerprint fees for the police department, things of this nature.
Okay.
It's a catch-all. So anything that's not particularly covered by these
Okay.
categories. It's the rest. The
That's
rest
the
of the
rest.
story.
Okay.
Yes, sir. If we go to page 8, still in the area of governmental revenues, now we're going to look at a bar graph. And with this bar graph, we're going to do a 4-year look back to see how the revenues have grown. So visually, you can see that it's on the increase. Okay. Again, this is the $7.6 million number I referred to earlier. If we go to page 9, we look at governmental fund expenses. Okay. Now, here, this number is about 8.1 million. Now, you remember I mentioned that pension expense that we had to recognize. If you strip out that pension expense, we would be at 6.6 million here. Okay? So that pension expense is peppered out throughout your personal services costs for public safety, general government finance, things of this nature. Because it's considered a personal service cost. Okay? So let's go ahead and break this down by function. So you can see that public safety is at 56%. General government's at 21%. Physical environment says 0. That's just the way it is. It's under 0.5%, so it just doesn't round up. Transportation comes at 9%. Culture and recreation, 8%. Information technology, 5%. And interest is 1%. Okay? So again, this is an $8.1 million number in expenditures. Okay? 6.6 if you take into consideration the GASB 6.8 thing that I was just referring to earlier. Okay? 6.6 billion. Towing the line in expenses. Okay. The next page is pretty much the same information, okay? Page 10, with the 4-year look back, all right? And you can see how it looks visually on the chart. If you go to page 11, the next page, please. Now we're venturing into government accounting. So we touched on GASB 34, commercial, quasi-commercial accounting. Now we're back to the old way of doing stuff, governmental accounting. Okay, this is a very important page. Page 11 talks about unreserved fund equity in the general fund. So this is what all the experts use out there to really gauge your financial health. If you were issuing bonds, if you were trying to get a loan, just somebody reading this book saying, hey, what's Consulate made of? Okay, they would look at this, and they would look at a thing called unreserved fund equity or unassigned fund balance in the general fund. So there's a benchmark out there where you take that amount, okay, and you use that as a ratio against your expenditures, and you come up with how many days this can sustain itself if revenues were to stop on September 30th of 20. And that number for you folks is 223 days. Okay? So that's a true indicator of your reserves and where you stand. Okay? So all that other stuff I talked about is important, but this is really important. The other stuff is, yeah, but. We all know about that, right? When some rule changes, and it's like, okay, this rule changed, but if it were this way, it wouldn't be this way. So this is the one where the rules haven't changed. The Government Finance Officers Association has a benchmark of what they consider healthy, and that's 2 months of sustainability, 60 days. You folks are at 223 days. Okay? So kudos. And again, this is a visual, so look at how those days have changed over the past.
So what is the norm for how many days?
So the Governmental Finance Officers Association thinks that 60 days. It's considered
60?
60
We're
days.
like, hold up.
There are towns out there with negative days. Okay.
Thank you.
So it's a significant thing to look at and pat yourself on the back.
And that,
Go ahead.
this is Bill, and that's very, you have to look at it, especially when it comes to governmental, anywhere in the United States of America. To have, 223 days where you can survive without another penny is a testament, for one, how you guys run the town. Two, your finance department looking at, things, maybe ways to save money and the decisions that the council makes. 223 days is outstanding versus if you compared yourself to other towns and cities in Florida, as well as the United States. Some of your northern states don't, like Don says, are negative. A lot of your northern states are negative, but you guys are doing very well.
Okay, so now we're going to look at slide 12. Okay, so like most municipalities, you have a business function as well. So that's what we call, well, here they're called business activities. In government speak, it's called proprietary funds. That's in the book too. Okay, also enterprise funds. So that's your water, sewer, and refuse business. So for 2020, your net income for those businesses, okay, those entities, if you will, 227,000 is your net income for the water, 3,000 for sewer, and 8,000 for refuse, for a total of 238,000 across the board for your enterprise funds. Okay, that's bringing you to a net position at the end of the year of 2.3 million. Okay, that's 2313 down at the bottom right of this sheet. Okay, that's your balance sheet position, also known as equity. Okay, so I mentioned governmental accounting. We call that fund balance in governmental accounting. And when you look at the business side, we call it equity. Okay, assets minus liabilities. If we go to 13, page 13 of the presentation, we can look at some ad valorem millage rates. And this one, again, this one is a 4-year look back at what those rates are for the town of Ponce Inlet. And looking at 2020, it was 5.9, okay? And the rest was 13.5726. The rest of those taxing authorities, as you know, are things such as ECHO, the hospital authority, Halifax Hospital, taxing district, the school district, St. John's River Water Management, the list goes on, okay? Ad valorem means based on value, and the millage rate, as everybody knows from the audience, the dollars you pay per $1,000 of value of your property. Okay? That's real estate or personal, tangible property. You've all heard of that. Businesses that have leasehold improvements, computers, shelves, things of this nature get taxed as well for ad valorem tax category. Okay? And you can see, before you look back on that, if we go to page 14, now we're going to do some comparisons to neighboring communities. And Ponce Inlet's at 5.9, and you can see it's pretty much a broad spectrum there. You got New Smyrna at 4.17. I think South Daytona takes the prize at 7.75 millage rate. Okay, I think just as an editorial, it's safe to say that you can't just look at the millage rate. You got to look at the value of the property. So basically, the lower the property values, the higher the millage rate's going to be. Because a gallon of gas to run your fire department or your police department is going to cost the same in South Daytona as it costs Ponce Inlet. So that's usually why you see higher millage rates and lower value properties. If we go to page 15, we're looking at values now. Okay, this again is a 4-year look back just for the town of Ponce Inlet. And you can see that our just value here is $1.2 billion, and on the rise, we all know that. And the correlating taxable value is at $949 million for all the properties in the jurisdiction. And that concludes the summary of the financial statements. 15-page summary of the 108 pages of detail. So I hope that makes sense. If anybody has any questions or comments?
Question or comments?
Yes. Hi, thank you. I love this stuff. Finally, we get to do something I like, the
Well,
numbers.
there you go.
All right.
I love that you love that. Good.
Can you all hear me all right? I know we're streaming and I want to make sure we're there. Hey, I won't go into this in too much detail, but I thought there could be a couple of things that you might be able to clarify for the citizens and for the rest of the folks sitting up here as well, because you highlighted them, and I think that was appropriate to do, and just if you could just share a step more, that would be helpful. On page 5, you talked about the unrestricted decrease of 213, and you allocated some of that, or said that some of that was due to the FRS, the increase that we were required to make to the
Right.
Florida pension
Right.
system. Do you have a sense for where the rest of that is coming from in general?
What makes up the unrestricted 313?
Yes, sir.
That's anything that isn't assigned or tied up in assets. So that is an unassigned fund balance. And that number would be 4.9 million if it were not for the FRS.
Right. Now, I know that when we're looking at how well we did as a town, we have to look at things like the FRS burden that's recently been added to us. But the fact is, that is our burden now. And we do have to take that as a part of how we manage our budget overall. So we're at 8.1 in expenses and 7.6, I think you said, in revenues. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, so right now, there's a little bit of a difference between, and it could be timing in terms of how we pay things and how we manage things. But right now, it's actually, we're running ahead of our revenues. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say it.
We ran ahead of what our revenues were.
You're at
terms of our
7.6.
expenses.
Go to page 8. 7.6
Right.
million. Is your governmental fund revenues. Correct.
And our expenses followed. So the expenses were 8.1.
8.1.
The revenues are 7.6.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah,
There's a half
and
million
I
dollar
tried
delta.
to clarify that, so I'm glad we're circling back to it, because it needs more clarification. So that number, naturally, without the 1.6 million in pension expense that you're being forced to recognize due to GASB 68, okay, would be 6.6 million. So, that number exists, it's real, but I don't think FRS is going to send you a bill.
No.
Okay, so it's kind of, the only analogy I can think of is, in some reporting contexts, you have the comprehensive annual financial report, and there's stat tables. Towns get into the stat tables, and they go to the county, and they have to report this thing called overlapping debt. Your pro rata share of the county's general obligation debt, and you have to report that, but it's not yours. The county's not going to send you a bill for that, but you do have to acknowledge it. So
We do have to acknowledge it and frankly manage it as an overall liability of the town longer term.
Yes, okay. You're
Right.
acknowledging it, yes.
Yeah. And then
I'm
the
with
other,
Yes, Anna?
please.
No, I think somebody else.
Yeah, I was just, to clarify, that's on a government-wide basis, a full accrual accounting. If you're looking at the day-to-day operations, then you're looking at your funds, right?
Yep.
General fund, how much money. Yeah.
Right, and I really appreciate the comparison that you made to some of the other counties around us in terms of the millage rate, and then also your definition or your explanation relative to what can drive up that millage rate relative to its relationship to property values. My question around our expenses and our revenues is whether or not if you did any analysis compared to how we're working versus other towns in terms of revenue and expense growth. I know you looked at the millage rate.
Right.
Did you also happen to compare us against other towns on those other functions?
I did not.
Thank you.
I did not. That was not within our scope. We can do that if you like.
Not asking for any, if I have any requests, I will definitely run them through Janine. I'm just trying to get some of the basic questions answered that I think will be helpful. Another question that I think would be helpful for people to understand is a definition of just value. On slide 15, you talk about just value versus the taxable value. Can you explain how that works?
Yep, now what just value is, it is driven by market values, but it always isn't. I think there's been historically, there's a percentage. They say just value, or market value is about 80% of just value. We know that. It depends on how much activity there is, sales in the neighborhood or in the jurisdiction. And I just bought a house in South Daytona, and I know my just value is going to be what I paid for it. So I'm not happy with that. Probably paid too much for it. But That's what's going to happen. So that's what's going to drive up the just values. Now, the taxable values are what you're taxed on, naturally. And then those are also adjusted by things like homestead exemption and things of this nature, which reduce your taxable value. And that's what's multiplied by the millage rate, or divided by 1,000 and multiplied by the millage rate. Because the millage rate is dollars in tax per 1,000 taxable value.
So should citizens then expect to see, when they see this kind of an exhibit, the just value on page 15,
Yes,
would
ma'am.
citizens expect to see that the just value would rise at about the same percentage rate or rate as the taxable value?
I'd like to say there's a correlation to it.
There's a correlation, but
Yeah.
is there a direct relationship to that?
I believe you can speak to that. I don't know. I'm not a real estate appraiser. That's a question for, the county property tax collector and the real estate folks. I know that the just value is usually higher. We don't want our taxable values to be as much as our just values. So that I can speak to.
Excellent. That was it. Thank you so much. I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you for your inquiries. Thank you. You said something else? I'm sorry.
Just thank you.
Thanks for
Any other questions or comments? Anybody in the audience understand that well enough to ask a question? And the end result is we are very prudent in our spending your money. And that's what we hope that this thing proves, and it does this year. So we are kind of tightwads when it comes to spending tax dollars. And to add a couple of pieces of information, and it would show in here, our millage rate always runs about 1/4 of the total millage rate. And so if we can do something with our reduction of taxes, it's going to show, but it's not going to be a big amount because it's up to the rest of the taxing districts in the county that really drive the biggest part of your tax bill. So that gets interesting. And another fact that I like to bring out is that our homestead rate in this town is only 35% of the total properties in this town. So those of us that are homesteaded and do live here permanently are somewhat being subsidized by the second homeowners and the businesses that are in town, which is another factor that helps keep our tax rate on the lower side when you compare it to the rest of the county. There are 17 cities or taxing districts, and Wilbur by the Sea is included in that 17. And we consistently rank anywhere from number 2 to number 6 from the bottom of those 17 in our tax rates. So I'm bragging a little bit, and I'm really bragging for Janine because she keeps that budget tight, and if we don't need it, we don't spend it. So thank you for listening, Darren, on that one.
Thank you, Mayor. And just in closing, a pleasure to work with this finance department. Savvy folks, easy to work with. Everything was in order. In my business, we have a saying that if you have trouble getting information, it means the information is probably troubling. Okay? And it was always there. Janie on the spot. So,
Thank you.
Okay. We need a motion to accept this report.
It's probably appropriate. I don't know that we need one, but it never hurts.
Okay. Okay, I move to accept the Town of Pond Inlet's annual financial report for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2020, as presented by BMC CPAs.
Second.
Have a motion and second. I think we can do this without a roll call. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Now we get to the interesting part for you, renewal of your contract.
Yes, and if you don't mind, I'll invite Kim McCall to come up to the podium, our finance manager, to introduce this item. And naturally, Mr. Morgese is available for any questions as well.
Good evening, Council. Staff is requesting a contract extension for BMC CPAs.
Kim, if you would, get a little closer to my county for food
Okay.
buzz.
Can you hear me
You're
better?
a little hard to
Is
hear.
that better?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, staff is requesting a contract extension for BMC CPAs for audit services for the 2 fiscal years ending September 30th, 2021, and September 30th, 2022. During the first year of the extension, the rate would not increase and would be the same as the town's 2019 contract rate. The second year would be adjusted based on the effects of percentages increases or decreases in CPIU. BMC did a great job this year and provides excellent customer service to the town. They are always responding quickly to any questions we have throughout the entire year, which helps us ensure compliance with constantly changing laws and regulations. Since we recently have just completed our version 10 financial software conversion, we plan to implement several improvements and conversions this year, which would improve our efficiency and accuracy. It would be helpful to have BMC review some of these changes as they are familiar with our accounting system and software program. Thank you for your consideration of our request.
Can I ask a question, or a couple of questions? How long has your BMC been contracted with Ponce? How many years have you been doing it?
I wish I knew the answer to that. I can't tell you without researching that.
You know, is any of this person on the screen know
It's
this?
been, I'd say, I'm giving.
No, sir, let me, I'll see if I can see
He's
some.
trying to.
I think
At
it
least 5, 6.
2011, did we go out for bid?
Yeah, we've had 3 different groups, 7 different.
Well, yes, we went out for bid, I believe it was 2011. I apologize, I don't have it right in front of me. We did take a look at that. Since that time, we've had 3 entirely separate groups of auditors change out the partners and the auditors themselves. So while, and I believe it was actually Brent Milliken and Company that was awarded it in 2011, and the whole firm had a conversion over, which council accepted after that. So I think that's the date, but I don't have that in front of me.
Okay, the second question is, how much do we pay this firm a year? I will see it first.
Okay, it should have been in your packet, but
Was
this
it?
year,
Yes, I didn't see it.
it's $40,936 for the year, and that's the same rate as 2019.
And how long does it take to do this audit?
About 2 weeks of field work and,
You're looking at about 300 to 400 man hours.
yeah, that's the
300.
number, yeah.
What do you say?
300 to 400 man hours.
Okay. Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thanks.
Hi, nice to see you. I haven't had a chance to hear you speak before, so thank you so much for coming on up, and thank you again for that wonderful presentation. The amount that they charge us is about right from what the audit amounts that I've seen. Certainly welcome to go ahead and check that, but it is fair market competitive from what I've seen. Yep, always a good question. The only issue that I have with this, and I know what it's like to change over auditors, over a course of time. It's difficult once you've got a relationship with a good auditor. So I have 2 questions. The first one, you mentioned that you're going to be making some software application changes. Will you be engaging the firm on a consultative basis, or will they be doing some pro bono work with us to just make sure that everything's running and functioning well for our next?
Okay, it won't be anything like that. It'll just be a few questions we have to make sure we're in compliance and we're doing things correctly.
And if I can interject, we have that kind of working relationship where we don't bill for those consultative services.
You're not going to tell me it's included, are you?
Well, I'm going to tell you that when I get a call, from Tim on how to use Encode 10, which is a Tyler Technology program, it's part of our
Sure.
office. I used to work at the city of South Daytona, and we used Tyler Technologies there, with units. So a lot of your nooks and crannies in your general ledger program are very similar to the one there. So we have that kind of relationship. She calls and we talk through these issues. So. And they don't show up on the bill.
In the 5 years
And
that
that
I've been here,
increased our fee last year as well. So, we like you guys. We like working with the
So,
town. Awesome.
okay, the question. You done?
I have one
Go
more.
ahead. Sorry.
All right. I just wanted to suggest a possible modification in the contract for the renewal, not for this tying it based upon an increase or a decrease in the CPIU, which is potentially going to fluctuate either way quite materially over the next 2 years before we relook at this contract, would you consider a top end and a bottom end, nothing less than a 2% increase, nothing more than, say, a 2% increase? I'm just throwing a number out for purpose's sake, so that we're not tied and beholden to the CPIU, which is far beyond our control.
That's fair. That's very fair. Very fair. We can put a limit on it. You know, you guys tell us what you think is fair for the limit, and then we can decide to go.
Yeah, it just saves us from having an exorbitant jump in our fees 2 years from now, and frankly saves your firm the same thing in terms of an exorbitant loss in revenues as a result of the fluctuation in the CPIU.
Win-win.
Do I need to make some kind of a motion?
So,
Okay, no? And Dave, feel free to jump in.
that's okay, I got the answers what I needed. Thank you.
So that was all I had.
Any other questions, comments? Audience, one more chance? Seeing none?
Well, was there an agreement of 2%, nothing more than a 2%, or less than a 2%, or is that something that is going to be?
That's a question.
That's the question, because if we
Yeah,
make the
that's the question.
motion to approve this,
Did you catch that?
Well, you weren't talking about this renewal.
No, it's year two. Well, it's year two.
Next year's renewal.
It's all
so-
part of the same
Yeah.
document,
Yeah,
so
it
there would need to be an amendment to the existing agreement for 2
Wait,
years.
so I have a question. Are we voting on a 2-year contract then? Do we generally vote on 2-year contracts on most contracts we have?
For volunteer services, it's usually a 3-year contract. When governments go out for bid, they usually do it 3 years at a shot. But we just finished up 3 years, and we're just doing basically an extension for 2 years. I like the 2% number you guys are using, up, down. Let's throw the 2% in there. I think that's a great idea.
How about 1%?
How about 1.5? Deal.
You got it, 1.5, you had it. There you go, we got a 1.5.
Good job, Dave.
Thank you.
Way to
Thank
bring it
you.
home, Dave.
Thank you.
Good job. So Jeannie, is that something that we can modify and take offline here to?
Certainly, we're speaking with the contractor right now, so if they're agreeable to the 1.5%, it's their document, they would change it and send it to us for signature, but you all could move forward and vote tonight if you like.
Okay. And, all right, let's do that. Okay, I move to approve the extension of the professional services agreement for the fiscal 2 years ending September 30th, 2021 and September 30th, 2022, dated February 28th, 2019 for auditing services with BMS CPA, for those terms of engagement as reflected in the May 4, 2021 letter from BMS CPA and as modified on the record to the Mayor and Council attached to item 7B of this Council's agenda on May 20th, 2021.
Have a motion and second. We'll have a roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Parisi.
Yes.
Councilman Cosmo.
Yes.
Councilman Milano.
Yes.
Councilman Rosenthal.
Yes.
Mayor Smith.
Yes.
5-0 passes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Excuse me, that motion was 1.5%, right?
1.5, as modified on the record, right, 1.5%.
No items in number 8, leads us to number 9. This is a series of second readings of ordinances in A, so we'll take them one at a time. Ordinance 2021-06.
Ordinance 2021-06, read by title only, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Ponce Inlet, Florida, amending Chapter 50 of the Town's Code of Ordinances to prohibit progressive solicitation within the town, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and effective date.
Comments, questions, audience? Seeing none?
I move to approve on second reading and to adopt ordinance 2021-06, amending Chapter 50 of the Town's Code of Ordinances to prohibit aggressive solicitation within the town.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Prisky.
Yes.
Councilmember Coswell.
Yes.
Councilmember Milano.
Yes.
Councilmember Israel.
Yes.
Mayor Smith.
Yes.
5-0 passes.
Second item is ordinance 2021-07.
Ordinance 2021-07, read by title only, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Ponce Inlet, Florida, amending Section 42-4 of the Town's Code of Ordinances by prohibiting sleeping on public property, providing for conflicts, severability, codification, and effective date.
Questions, comments? I forgot last time. Audience, questions, comments? Seeing none?
I move to approve on second reading and to adopt ordinance 2021-07, amending section 42-4 of the town's code of ordinances by prohibiting sleeping on public property.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Prisky.
Yes.
Councilmember Milano.
Yes.
Councilmember Coswell.
Yes.
Councilmember Israel.
Yes.
Mayor Smith.
Yes.
5-0 passes.
The third one is ordinance 2021-08.
Mayor, yesterday we had an email forwarded to us from a citizen who had some concerns about the ordinance, and they're practical concerns more than they actually turn out to be legal concerns. But because of that, because I want to make sure we do what we can to address those concerns for the citizen, I would ask that this item be tabled until what's the next meeting, June something?
June 17th, 2021, your next regular council meeting at 6 o'clock p.m. And we'd want to state that date and time certain because we've already run the advertisement in the News Journal for this.
So that's my request. The ordinance is fine, but it may be able to be made finer, at least in the view of the citizen whose concerns I would like to address if we can.
Well, and I think this is a perfect example that a citizen took time to read the thing, had some interesting questions and a couple of nice suggestions, and that email was received just yesterday or the day before?
Yes,
Whatever it was,
yesterday.
which one. And so we addressed that, and it illustrates what we like to do, and we do try and respond and to comments and questions from our citizens, and so this is a great example of that issue. So.
Okay. I move to table to June 17th, 2021 for the approval on second reading and adoption of ordinance 2021-08, amending Chapter 46, Article 1 of the town's Code of Ordinances by adding provisions for park hours and a code of conduct for use of park facilities.
You have a motion and second. Can we do a roll call on something like that, or you want to get a roll call bell? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Down to the fourth one, which is 2021-09.
Ordinance 2021-09, read by title only, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Ponce Inlet, Florida, amending Chapter 42, Article 1 of the town's Code of Ordinances to provide an informal mechanism for the issuance of trespass warnings from public property, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and an effective date.
Questions, comments?
No.
Audience, questions, comments? Hearing none.
I move to approve on second reading and to adopt ordinance 2021-09, amending Chapter 42, Article 1 of the town's Code of Ordinances to provide a formal mechanism for the issuance of trespass warnings from public property.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Prisky.
Yes.
Councilmember Israel.
Yes.
Councilmember Milano.
Yes.
Councilmember Coswell.
Yes.
Mayor Smith.
Yes.
5-0 passes.
Ordinance 2021-10.
Ordinance 2021-10, read by title only, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Ponce Inlet, Florida, amending Chapter 42 of the town's Code of Ordinances to prohibit public urination and defecation, providing for severability, codification, and an effective date.
Questions, comments?
No.
None.
No.
Audience? Seeing none.
I move to approve on second reading and to adopt ordinance 2021-10, amending Chapter 42 of the town's Code of Ordinances to prohibit public urination and defecation.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Prisky.
Yes.
Councilmember Coswell.
Yes.
Councilmember Israel.
Yes.
Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Milano.
Yes.
5-0 passes.
Ordinance 2021-11, the last one.
Ordinance 2021-11, read by title only, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Ponce Inlet, Florida, amending prohibition on public nudity and provide additional exceptions, providing for severability, codification, and an effective date.
Questions? Seeing none. Audience? Seeing none.
I move to approve on second reading and to adopt ordinance 2021-11, amending section 42-32 of the town's code of ordinances to expand the prohibition on public nudity and provide additional exceptions.
Second.
You have a motion and second. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Fritstein.
Yes.
Councilmember Cosmo.
Yes.
Councilmember Milano.
Yes.
Councilmember Israel.
Yes.
Mayor Smith.
Yes.
5-0 passes.
Down to item 9B, which is ordinance 2021-12.
Ordinance 2021-12, read by title only, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Ponce Inlet, Volusia County, Florida, submitting to the electors of Ponce Inlet a proposed amendment to section 3-3.05 of the Charter of the Town of Ponce Inlet regarding sanctions against council members for violating the charter, providing ballot title, ballot summary, and question and text for the proposed amendment, providing directions to the town clerk, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and for the approved amendment, providing for an effective date for this ordinance.
Any questions, comments? None. Audience?
Well, I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
As I discussed in the last meeting, I still have a problem with this whole system of the change in the charter before the election. You know, my argument before was I believe we should do the whole charter at one time, review the outdated charter, and do this at one time. This rushing of this ordinance is only because of me and what happened months ago with the town manager. And I know it needs to be done, but I still think we need to do it all at once. I just want to say that.
Okay.
Okay.
And I will share again that we found a vulnerability in our charter. It was clear that our hands were tied and that it was something that we were able to address in a timely fashion for this ballot. And we should take our time and go through the rest of the charter because it's not something that we could just sit down and do. There's a process, I believe, that our attorney had explained to us, and we certainly can schedule that and start that. And, you know, these were your thoughts, council member, and these were my thoughts. So I intend to move forward with a motion here.
And this my response, the vulnerability has been there for years and no one ever addressed it, so we had the issue with me, with the town manager and myself. So that's, the vulnerability was there the whole time. That's my argument on this whole issue. And that's all it is.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Audience, comments or a question? Seeing none?
I move to approve on second reading and to adopt ordinance 2021-12, submitting to the electors of Ponce Inlet a proposed charter amendment to section 3.05 of the Charter of the Town of Ponce Inlet regarding sanctions against council members for violating the town's charter, providing ballot title, ballot summary and question, and text for the proposed amendment, and providing directions to the town clerk.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Fritstein.
Yes.
Councilmember Milano.
Yes.
Councilmember Cosmo.
No.
Councilmember Israel.
No.
Mayor Smith.
Yes.
That's 3-2, it passes.
Down to citizens' participation and questions or comments on any item not on this agenda tonight. You're welcome to take your 5 minutes, ask questions, or give us some comments. Anyone want to do that? John?
My name is John LaBelle. I live at 33 Calumet in Ponce Inlet. I was asked to come tonight. Normally I avoid council meetings like a plague. I consider it very much like going to a dentist for a root canal. But people asked me to come and relate some stories about a growing and I think very serious problem in Ponce Inlet. If you look at the town's, I guess it's a mission statement, the very first line uses the words residential haven. This town now is experiencing a tremendous number of short-term illegal rentals. The reason I'm here is because I have one next door to me. I have apparently, whether it's legal or not, I have no idea, but my understanding was that the rules for rentals, particularly for residences, was a minimum of 30 days. The people who rent next to me literally rent overnight. There are people who change rental in the middle of the day. It's become absolutely intolerable. We have as many as 12, 18, 14 people there at one time in a single residence. The people come in as many as 8 or 10 cars. They come in vans. They come in buses. And they're gone a day later or 2 days later. I have trash. I have garbage. I have soda cans, beer bottles, and quite frankly, I'm waiting for my first Los Angeles syringe. This is absolutely intolerable, as I say, and something needs to be done. And the issue is that my wife complains weekly to the gentleman named Mr. Hooker, I believe, and gets very little response and absolutely no action. I have had our street crossing sign knocked down twice, once by a monster truck and once by a very, very large bike van. It goes on and on and on. Frankly, I think it's an unsanitary condition, for one thing. But this needs to be addressed, and so far we've seen very, very little action. Also, from what I understand, the process and the fines are absolutely ludicrous. They're simply a cost of doing business. If I can make $2,000 on a rental and pay a town fine, I'm in. I have to tell you that I am angry, frustrated, sick, tired, and it's got to stop. My wife and I came here 23 years ago. We are both principal lightkeepers at the lighthouse, the highest level there is. I'm a founding member of the Ponce Inlet Veterans Memorial. I recently instituted an endowment for that memorial for maintenance. We are very, very strong supporters of the town's Lions Club because it is an excellent organization that does wonderful work. So we've got a lot invested in this town and we'd like to stay. But if I wanted to live in Times Square or Coney Island, I'd move there. Where I live is not a residential haven. And I understand now that there are at least 2 more homes in line with this one who are also rented out. Make no mistake, it can happen to anybody here, especially if you live near the beach. And something has to be done. I find it absolutely ludicrous that the town can allocate thousands and thousands of dollars for noise monitoring equipment for a non-problem, and yet they can't seem to afford a documentary camera for Mr. Hooker because he tells us we have to take the photographs. That is an unsafe and a dangerous process for a citizen, a private citizen. I have no authority, and likely I could suffer consequences in retaliation. I'm not a stranger to retaliation, and I can generally handle it, but why should I have to? So in summary, I would just say we need to do something about this problem, because pretty soon this town's going to look like Coney Island. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I think you state the problem very, very well.
Can I respond?
But when you're finished, because, and we have been fighting that problem, but it is bigger than this town, and I'll explain that a little bit later. And we do the best job, but we don't do a perfect job, and we will continue to fight that. And I'll let Bill make his comments, because a lot of people are irritated with the short-term rentals, and I agree with every one of them.
I'm more than irritated. And I'm not the kind of person with my background and experience to irritate. Trust me.
And it actually starts at the state level, because every year and we've been successful in fighting it. And it's the Volusia League of Cities, along with the Florida League of Cities, that keep fighting it because the state wants to eliminate any local control over short-term rentals, and they want to make it free and clear across the state. So that would...
And how many vested interests are involved in that?
Well, who knows?
There are a number of senators, representatives who have their own special interests in that respect.
And that's where it starts. You got that one right. And so we're starting at the top, and we've been successful for several years in a row, we being a small part of a large group. And that is what Lois here does in our advocacy group and is involved in that thing. And it gets heated every year when the new session sits. So we start fighting it there, and we're trying to control it here. And you have stated it as well as anybody has ever stated it, and it is a problem, and we're aware of it, and I'll let Bill say what he...
I know the property you're talking about. I know all three properties well, to the point that 2 weeks ago, when I actually was called by one of our homeowners in our development. Bill, this property is carrying plywood and 2x4s down to the beach, and they're setting up a, what are those courses? Obstacle courses. I went down there and looked. I called Becky over here at Winter Haven Park. She's the person in charge of the whole beach area for us. And she sent a police officer there, the ones in the red truck, and they removed them. The following day, they were evicted from that unit. But it took that to do it. It actually gets down, and this is the kicker. I agree with you about Dave. Dave right now is working on a property in our development. The rental permit specifically says you must rent for 4 consecutive weeks. Because of Janine and her genius, we have that 2011 law that says we will never be short-term rentals except for those 5 properties in this town. You know, you hate to say that, you know, as you said, John, I agree with it. Sometimes it gets dangerous, but I went on Airbnb and found a person that signed a contract in our community saying that they're going to follow the town's law of 4 consecutive weeks. Ours is 1 within 30 days. I went on Airbnb under beach bungalows. They had 18. They're up to 18 now. They've had 4 this month. 18 rentals in the place with a 3-day minimum. They finally changed it to a 6-day minimum.
Oh, wow.
Well, here's the kicker. Dave has been great for me, and I'm doing this now as the House Homeowners Association president. It has nothing to do with the town council. This is strictly as the Homeowners Association president of Lighthouse Village. I kept track of every single license plate the day they got there, the day they left.
That's a dangerous proposition. I can tell you.
Oh, it's hard. It's hard, but...
No, it's not hard. It's dangerous.
Well,
When
I
a
did
private citizen takes that on, they have no authority. They can instigate a conflict, a confrontation. The people that went next door to me obviously have guns, okay?
Well, they have a little bit of everything in those 3 units.
Oh, yeah.
All 3 of them. It's not that one building next to you. It's all 3 of them.
That's what
And Dave is aware of them. But
Well,
you're right.
you know,
It
it's
takes
great to
forever.
be aware, but generally speaking, people want a little return on their investment, and that's simply do your job and keep us informed. And my wife will speak, and she will tell you about how much information she gets.
Oh, I wholeheartedly agree because, I mean, years ago, and I think Joe was on code enforcement. Back then, we had the ability to go further, and they actually pulled, and again, it was me taking the license plate numbers, they actually pulled the person's rental permit, and they never got the opportunity to rent again. Well, guess what they did? They sold the unit and left. But it took me 6-8 months before that happened. But I'm fortunate in the fact I live in a homeowners association. You live in an individual home, and you're right. Those people that were there that weekend, I wouldn't have gone into the place.
Dudes.
They were.
Bad dudes. Now, I don't have a problem with bad dudes. I'm pretty much capable of handling myself, and I think just standing here, I think I can say that.
So, I have something I'd like to say. Okay? Are you finished now?
Oh, yeah, I'm finished.
So I had a town hall meeting last night, and this subject came up and was discussed for a long time. So today I did a little bit of homework, and one of the suggestions was we have the police enforce this, and I talked to the chief, and I know that's not going to happen. We have 2 officers working, maybe 3 on a weekend when there's overtime, so that just never happened. I don't understand why we have the money in the budget. We just had our audit, we're well above where we have to be. Why can't we just hire a person, either part-time or full-time, to work alongside Dave and make his main job the enforcement of the rentals? I mean, I know that I've taken pictures. I've asked people to take pictures that have had a problem, and one person said to me not too long ago, "Not my job." You know what? It's not their job. And as John just said, it's extremely dangerous. I would never ask anybody again to do it. Somebody mentioned that Pond Realty is advertising short-term rentals on their website. My wife and I went on the site this morning, and I couldn't believe they're advertising 7-night minimum, 2-week minimum. It's against the rule. I mean, it's not just for Ponds. They're advertising from Wilbur down to the shores, but Ponds is involved in this whole rental situation. I really think the council should make a motion. We should discuss as a make a motion to go out and hire somebody either part-time or full-time to assist Dave Hooker, because Dave Hooker can't do all this himself. I understand he's one person. To get the evidence to do a code violation, it takes several weeks. I understand that. You have to catch 3 different people or 4 different families renting a house for a month, one at a time. I know there's one on our street, and I know they do it. Lady left the 10th of May, and somebody moved in the middle of the month. Illegal. It doesn't work that way. We all know that. So I don't know why we just can't step up to the bat and just hire somebody to help Dave Hooker. I'm sure Dave Hooker would welcome it and would dance in the street out here if we did it. Because I talked to him, and he's overworked. You know, I'm not making excuses for him, but this problem is out. You're right. There's 3 houses I see them every day on Atlantic. I know what you're talking about, where they had the party and had the beach all tied up, and then 2 houses down. And if you take a drive, like I do in my little council mobile, the golf cart, and you look at the trash on Mondays in some of these houses, you know they're not people that are staying for a month. They're there for, a weekend or a week. The trash that high, the trash has to pick up, and I don't know who brings the trash cans, but then you see...
Part that isn't on my lawn. Yeah.
Right, exactly. And then the next week you see another family in there with different... I have pictures, I can show you pictures of houses with different tags for every week. So I think we really should, as a council, just expedite this whole situation, and I recommend we hire somebody to assist Dave Hooker. If you don't hire him full-time, hire him part-time. Let him work Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, the 4 main days that we get weekenders down here to stay for the weekend. It's going to get worse before it gets better. We've been discovered down here, and people love Pond Hill, and they're coming. And you know what? They come down to party and do what they have to do, so you're never going to stop that. The party.
You're not going to like looking like Coney Island. Trust me, I'm a New Yorker, I understand.
So do I have any feedback?
I'm not interested in your process. I don't care what you do to resolve the problem. I simply want to see some kind of action occur. I'm sick and tired of my wife submitting a weekly complaint to Hooker and getting either no response or we're working on it. That's not acceptable.
And I hear you, and I agree with you.
So I don't know if this is the time to do it, but I'd like to make a motion that we give Janine permission to hire somebody to assist Dave Hooker, either part-time or full-time, and work strictly on home violations. I think that would help solve the problem and help us get this taken care of to a certain point.
If I can just inject as well, we actually have already budgeted for that for next year.
Okay.
Mr. Disher submitted that as a request to put a part-time, short-term rental only code enforcement officer beginning in next year's budget. If it's something that you want us to try to do this year, as I sit here right now, I can't assure you that you have the money in the current year budget for it, nor do I have the exact amounts that this is, but if it's something that you want us to do and you're willing to take it from the reserves if necessary, then by all means, feel free to approve this, part-time position. I don't know if Mike's had a chance to write the job description for it yet, but it was something that I had already approved from him. Kim has already put it into the personnel projections, and it's actually already entered in my draft budget. So this is something we were going to bring forward to you for the new fiscal year.
This is all process. The only thing that's going to stop this is if you make it prohibitively expensive for people to do this. Right now, your fine is a joke. Right now, your fine is worthless, and it's simply accepted as a cost of doing business.
And sir, I don't know if we're allowed to change that fine or not. The problem is that in the town's ordinance, and I can't take credit for the town's ordinance, so I appreciate the effort. This ordinance was already drafted before I started working for the town. But it had only been in effect for a few years when the state legislature usurped the town's ability to do anything. So the problem is, when you draft an ordinance, you do the very best job you can with what you know at that time when you're entering new ground. But I've never in my life seen an ordinance that didn't, as you began to use it, need to be tweaked in the future years. We are not allowed by state law to tweak this ordinance. And so we have very limited, things in there that the tools that were created at the time it was written aren't all the tools that are needed.
So the answer is I sell my house and leave.
No,
The answer is I sell my house and leave. My property value should be valued.
Sir, if I can just finish this, and I'm trying not to have, crosstalk because I'm trying to be courteous and respond to your questions here. But we do have some things. Now, as far as whether we can raise the fine, if we are allowed to raise it and our attorney can look into it, then this council can certainly discuss that. I don't know if the state allows us to raise the fine. We can look at that. What we can do is hire a short-term rental person, have them drill in this section of the ordinance. I've tried to balance this between our police department and our one code enforcement manager. But the problem has been growing, and I'm sorry for the experience that you're having.
John, may I speak? So I made a motion that we find the money and we hire a second person, either work full-time or say part-time until next year's budget comes into effect. And if it works, you make it a full-time position. The budget that we're going to work on this July. A second.
I'll second that. I think it's an excellent idea.
So do I, but I have only one question. If
Yeah.
we're doing something, we're giving you the authority to hire someone.
Right.
But shouldn't we get a job description first? I mean, say, go ahead and hire, but isn't that job description necessary?
Honestly, you all don't usually review the job descriptions anyway. That falls to me.
That's for
to
you. That's what I'm
approve the
talking about.
positions.
We got a second. I call for the vote.
Discussion.
Can we have more discussion?
Discussion, yes, sorry.
But can I say something first? Is that I do want to point out that Cliff's office did an excellent job a couple of years ago preparing a memorandum that just really showed how difficult it is to put together the cause of action to present to the code board in order to establish that there is a violation of the ordinances. We do have that. And it really requires the expertise of somebody coming in. They have to look at it, work hard at it, but I do agree with you, the problem is growing. I want us to do everything we can. As the mayor indicated, it's every year we go through this in Tallahassee. They want to take away our ability completely to regulate. So if we can't regulate, at least let's enforce what we have. So,
Amen.
yeah.
Agree with that.
I agree, because I know what I go through in the village concerning these people. They're Friday, the person left at 10 o'clock, the cleaning crew came in at 11 o'clock, and at 3 o'clock, the new renter came in. That's the third time this month.
This month? That's the third time this week for us.
You're right. Someone came in after those people were thrown out. Another person came in the next day.
Many more.
I know. Well, and that's what,
Can I speak?
this additional person would do, and that's collect the evidence and spend the time to nail the people that are abusing their right at that point in time at the expense of the rest of the residents to get it done. Because I've talked to Dave several times, Dave Hooker, and when you get it, and if you go to court proving that it was a rental and not a friend and not a relative and not somebody else just visiting the place and so forth, it becomes very problematic to get that. So you need to collect the evidence. And if we gotta get somebody to collect it, we should be doing it. I agree.
We call for the vote, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
To be recognized, my name is Patricia Lavelle. I also live at 33 Calumet Avenue. And obviously, I am beyond distressed. You all seem to understand the situation, but you're not living it. You really don't have the flavor of it. You're not right next door. So yes, there's a problem. Yes, people are breaking the rules, but you don't feel it. I feel it several times a week, and some weeks absolutely every day. So I started to communicate on a weekly basis minimum with Mr. Hooker. And what I do is I document as each group moves in and what their license plates are in terms of their states, because I'm not walking onto the property. And I document when they leave. And I try to notice if there's cleaning before the next people move in within hours. And you're saying this is a weekend problem? This is not a weekend problem. People move in on Thursday, they move out on Sunday, somebody comes in Sunday night, move out on Wednesday. It goes on and on and on. No one stays a week. No one. That's over. And they've done a lot of damage. And it's not just the trash that's on our property. There was one incident, and my husband mentioned it, when they knocked down the pole that holds flags so people can walk safely across the street. I called the police on that. They said they couldn't prove that the enormous van that pulled up full of motorcycles for the week, they couldn't prove that that's who knocked it down. Well, who was it? The kids on their bicycles? Then we've had the situation that impacts everyone. And they all actually impact all of you. It's a danger to have all these people that we haven't even vetted in large gangs, literally gangs, pulling in. My husband mentioned they're not mini vans, they're mini buses. So this is a huge group of people that's coming. And it's not just the bus. There's also private vehicles along with it. That's a lot of people. It was interesting the time that I looked out the window and it was like a waterfall coming down the driveway in the house next door. Because someone who had rented backed into the sprinkler heads and it was running for 3 days. Now, whether you have a well or not, that's an impact. That's a problem. So these things go on and on and on, which is why I took to documenting, because nothing was happening. And I know it had been previously reported. So it's great to talk about it. We'll have another person, and they have to do something. The response I got from Mr. Hooker was, I'm sorry I'm responding late. It's very delayed, which it was. I understand he's busy, but it is his job, and if he's having a problem doing his work, he needs to let his bosses know and get some help. And his response was, I got your notification. We are aware of the activity in this house. And if you would just keep telling me what the activity is, that would greatly help us out. So now I'm doing his job again, which I will continue to do until something happens. And we will sell and move. And you know what you're going to have? No private homeowners. You're going to have a town of renters. Good luck with that.
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
Thank you very kindly. That is a well-stated position, and I agree with every word you said. I wouldn't want to be in your house at that point in time.
Come
So
move
we're
in
gonna
for the
do
weekend, you'll have a good time.
So Mayor,
something. Go ahead.
we have a first and a second. I call for the vote.
Have we finished
Can we
discussing?
discuss
Have we finished
first?
discussing?
Oh, we're discussing it yet? I thought we were
Yeah,
done.
I'm happy to vote too, so,
Okay.
but I still want to chat. Absolutely think that this is something very important, and thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Lavelle, for coming up and talking about this again. I feel just as viscerally connected to this issue as you do, and you were just as passionate as you were last evening, and I want to thank you. And thank you in this hand and a dime in this, right, it doesn't mean anything to you. You want something done. I hear it loud and clear. My question is to Janine, and perhaps to Mr. Disher, but to Janine. We're going to hire somebody part-time to do this job, right? We're going to hire somebody who's going to do this. What kind of special skills or qualifications are going to make them more effective than we have been to date at snuffing this stuff out? Or is it just a matter of Mr. Disher needing more capacity to do the work?
That is part of what we will develop in the job description. That's where the experience and the knowledge that we're looking for, any potential certifications, all of that would be in the job description. So all of that still has to be created.
I think what just concerns me is you've got somebody who's great in the role that he's got now. I don't know about his capacity, et cetera. Is this a matter of capacity, or is this a matter of we think we can be more effective at snuffing out the problem because we're going to have more people working on it, or because we've got people that are better at maneuvering and navigating through the system that it takes to get somebody bounced out of these houses and get this fixed?
I believe that a isolated focus for an employee where you're telling them, this is all we want you working on, and these are the things you need to look for, that alone, that's one thing that Mr. Hooker doesn't have, especially with all of the development that's going on, all of the building permit violations that are going on, and all of those things that he gets complaints on all of the time as well that he has to respond to. So this position would be doing nothing but short-term rental focus. And, honestly, we could probably take an average person with whatever skill set they bring and say, this is what we want you looking for, document these things down, take photos of these types of things to build a case. And that actually is criteria we'll even be working with our attorney's office on, particularly the code enforcement attorney that we have, Drew Smith, that works with Cliff Shepard. So yes, some of that will be covered in the job description, but much of it's going to be training that we'll provide, and that'll be training based upon the specifics required to build the case.
And then the follow-up question that I had is, we have a function already that does this. We'd like to add some capacity and get some focus on that function. How successful have we been at being able to close down these kinds of circumstances in homes in other parts of town? I know the problem is growing, but have we had some success?
Dave Hooker closed
See
down.
if he can respond
This
to
is
that.
years
I don't
ago.
have those, I'm sorry, I don't have that.
Let me respond to that, okay? Dave Hooker, before all the changes that were made by our Florida legislature, our governor after 2011, it was put the clamp on us. Dave Hooker, when he was here, he left and then came back, but when he was here, actually pulled a license from a homeowner in Lighthouse Village that was renting multiple times. He went to code enforcement, they fined him, and then they did it a second time. They pulled the license. That person was never able to rent again. Well, what do you think they did? They sold the house. So the question is, this was before 2011. With the restrictions that our geniuses in sitting in Tallahassee have done to try and take home rule away from us, that's the key. Because when I was talking to Dave concerning the last time about being able to do the exact same thing, the steps that they added are astronomical. And that's why that delay is there. It's not Dave Hooker's fault that he can't pull a license. Yes, it may be that he can't get to him fast enough, but it's our legislatures that have caused the problem. You put it where it's at. It's sitting in Tallahassee right now. They brought it up again this year. If it wasn't for Lois and the Volusia League of Cities and the Florida League of Cities, it would have passed. because they have a little bit of influence. You think Ponce Inlet has the influence? They did. They stopped our legislature one more time from taking it completely away from us. So that's where you've got to go. If you want to do something about it, we can hire that time person and we can start doing things as Dave suggests. But until you get rid of the legislators that are sitting up there right now, because they're going to keep bringing it up and keep bringing it up, and it is eventually going to pass and it's going to be completely taken away from this town. Just look what happened yesterday in Volusia County. Look what just happened in the unincorporated areas of Volusia County. The people that wanted the Airbnbs and be able to rent. And it came up, what, 2, 3, 4 times? They even had a workshop on it. It ended up being a 5-2 vote that they weren't going to do it, but it got that close. It got that close. That's scary.
Do you mind if I go back to my question?
Go. I thought I answered it.
You didn't, but it was so informative. Thank you. Just another person is going to add to the capacity in that office, and we think add to their effectiveness, because you're going to hire for specific skills that are going to add to effectiveness. Is hiring this person all we need to do in order for the labels, for example, to eventually receive relief?
No.
When you say all we, as in you, the council, or we as in what staff will
The
do
town,
training-wise?
right, because I'm aware of what's going on at the state level and how we fought that back, and yay. But we're just looking for enforcement of the rules that are here. And I'm just saying, I love the idea of putting more manpower on it. I mean, you love that, but that doesn't guarantee that it's going to yield the solutions that we want. It's going to yield more pictures and more investigations. How do we close the gap?
So,
He wants it.
If I can, I know that I'll take it face value, Councilwoman Caswell, that you have the history, so I won't repeat it unless somebody desires to have it, because it is really relevant to why we can't do anything to the ordinance we have. But to your point, which is how do we deal with what we have and make it work, the suggestion, which actually is the one that will help but not guarantee, is sitting with the new person, whomever it turns out to be, if you go that direction, and trying to help them explain what makes the case. Because code enforcement isn't simply making a complaint and saying they're violating it. It's just like any other action at law in which you have to actually prove it with evidence. So what is evidence? Well, photographs, obviously, but as the Vice Mayor Perisky pointed out, part of the problem with the situation is if you ask someone, are you renting, and they say, no, I'm family, now it's on you you have the burden of proof. So while the best thing that we can offer in a system where we are forbidden by the legislature from tweaking the ordinance in a way that makes it more user-friendly, is to try to train this person who would be dedicated to this task of what kind of things can prove to an impartial magistrate that we should be prevailing in our proof that short-term rentals are occurring. And that is really where the rub is here. If you look at whether we will succeed or not is no guarantee any more than I can guarantee when you go to a trial, because we may pay the magistrate, but we don't control the magistrate's decision-making. And so at the end of the day, that's the problem. So it could be that you go through trial and error. It could be we bring the first case. Let's say we bring the first case and we have said, here's what we think you need. You need photographs. If you can get a copy of a rental agreement or a place where they've advertised online and take a picture of it, and something like that we can submit into evidence. And then we get done with the presentation, because our office prosecutes, and then the magistrate decides, and both offices are paid by the town. But we don't get to buy the decision. We only get to buy the decision maker to come and make the decisions that we are asking for. So at the time that the decision is made, the magistrate says, yeah, well, I don't think you proved this point or that point. Then you say, okay, well, we'll go back to the drawing board and say, next time we're going to add this to the presentation. So you may go through, don't know, we will obviously try to cross every T that we can think of and I that we can think of, not every I that we can think of. But at the end of the day, it's what we need to prove to an impartial decision maker to prove that there's an actual violation. And as much as passion plays a role in getting legislation done, we can't fix the legislation because the legislature has tied our hands. So we are stuck with what we have, and within that framework, we will do the best we can to tell the code enforcement person what to do, what kind of evidence to gather, what kind of documents to put together, because we don't get to be the evidence as the prosecutors. We simply get to present the evidence that they collect. But we can't tell them what we would need to present a good case, and that's what we do.
Let me ask a question along those lines, because the illustration, and it happens quite often, and the renters will say, if you get asked, just say you're a relative or you're a friend or whatever it is, and you're here. How far can the investigator go to get that information of, well, what relative are you, and what is your name, and where are you from, and et cetera? How much of that can you demand can the investigator get?
For the sake of not spoiling what we can and can't do in the public arena, I think I probably better pass on that, because I don't want to tip off my potential opponents in the future. But to your point, those are the kinds of discussions we would have with the code enforcement person to try to help them build cases that we can then prosecute and win.
So, all right, make a comment.
I'm not done yet.
Good, go ahead, go do it.
So, thank you for explaining the process to me. I do appreciate that. I learn so much every time. But Bill mentioned one great illustration of a place where we were successful in driving the process through and getting the person to leave. Unfortunately, they decided to sell and go. Do we have a history of cases where we have been successful? I mean, do we have 80 cases in town where we're aware of it? We've hit up 3? I mean, can we point to some track record
Well,
of
let's find
success?
out. I think
guy in
Joe
charge.
Villanella, who has run his
Joe Villanella, 26 Janet Drive. As you all know, I chair the Code Enforcement Board for the town. And we see this quite often. And here is how it seems to work to the benefit of the rental. First off, they will advertise the property for rent, and they can put it up for rent at any one of these short-term rental websites. And they could say it's a 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, 6 month rental. And the cost may be $2,000 a week. And the renter will can't sign an agreement for the 6 months or whatever it is, and then leave in 3 days. And all the owner can do is prorate the rent. This can happen over and over and over again. In this one instance that we're talking about, that's exactly what was going on. In addition to that, the only tools that Dave has is to take pictures of license plates, look at the water usage on a monthly basis, and see whether or not there are spikes in the use of water. And that would involve getting the public utilities people involved to look at the meter readings periodically during the course of the week to see if there was a lull in the use of water. So you can see how this can become quite cumbersome to negotiate and to manage. Then it comes down to the owner turning around and saying, if we tell them that you just fabricated the story with the rental period of time, they can come back and use, and this was used in the past in folks that live in this town for a long time that are doing this. It's freedom of speech. Like, you can't tell me how I can rent my property for rent. I can say anything that I want to say. You cannot prevent me from wording my rental site the way I want to. So this becomes quite a sticky wicket. And when it comes to legal interpretation of it, we're left as a municipality with very, very little recourse because the state is managing and controlling how we can interpret the law. As far as increasing the fines go, I think that's out of the purview of the municipality. It's not even
That's the problem.
The only thing that I've thought about that may be remotely helpful would be to involve the county into it, because the county could be looking at the, what do we call it, the hoteling tax?
Yeah.
Resort tax.
So if they were involved in something, and I'm not certain that they would want to get involved in it, but that may be a vehicle that can be pursued whereby we can, if it were a way to turn it over to them, have them look at it, look at the evidence that we gather,
Councilwoman, I don't want to interrupt your questions because you've got plenty, but it may be helpful at some point for me to explain to the folks who are really suffering what you probably already know about what we're talking about when we're talking about preemption.
No, I'm really not at all talking about, I just want to
No.
know what, where, and when have we been effective beyond this one case, which I love, at consistently, effectively removing people from these homes that should not be there?
I've been involved in this for about 10 years, and I would say there may be 3 or 4 successful cases.
3 or 4 successful cases.
Now, I was the president of an HOA, and we had a similar situation. And the story we get over and over again, which is what Bill alluded to, is it's my family, they're down here. They have all kinds of excuses. And in an HOA, we thought we would bounce on top of this real quick, but it doesn't take but an attorney's letter for us to back off, because we cannot enforce, in a lot of cases, we can't enforce that covenant if they have well-practiced lies to talk them out of being troubled, because it is.
And now I'm full circle saying, why, if I'm having a part-time person or a full-time person we're bringing on to staff, do we expect any different result, or do we expect a lot of cases to be, put together, but we can't be effective at getting
All we
it
can
fixed?
possibly do with another body, in my humble opinion, is someone to snapshot pictures of license plates, look at the water usage, frequency of water usage, number of people that come in, coming out. You'd have to look at the trend of people moving in and out of a driveway or a facility.
Yeah, I'm familiar with
Put
how you-
together a case, which is not easy,
Right.
and then perhaps source supplemental information from neighbors as witnesses, and try to take it that way. But this is a tough nut.
One of the things Dave said before about Ponce Inlet and everything, if you can find out, and this is one of the things that I did years ago, if you can find out who the rental agency is, you can actually contact them, play dumb, and say, I need to get a rental, is this rental available? Because you go and look at Airbnb in that Verbo, you go in there, every single person that rents is currently doing a review. Those reviews tell you how long they were there. And you put all those reviews together, this person can put all those reviews together, and then you know the day they came in, the day they left, the whole bit.
But the legal
I'm
issue,
really bad about it. I'm gonna shut up now.
the legal issue though, Bill, you still.
I know I'm a council member here, I keep forgetting that.
So,
You're confronting a legal issue.
I gotta shut up, Dave. I gotta really shut up on
It's
this.
just, my point is that if we're trying to consider this thing, and putting another person on, I'm all for throwing more resources at it. I just don't want the LaBelles or anybody else in this town thinking that we've got a straight, clear path here to fixing their problem or anybody else's.
No, I'm not opposed to it. We need more help, because I know Dave is
Yeah.
part of this.
It's frustrating.
But I'm telling you what the uphill climb is. This is not going to be easy.
so can I ask you a question, Joe? Thanks for your information, by the way. So when someone comes to the town to get a license to rent their house or a condo, are they given a list of rules of what they can and can't do? Is that part of the package? I don't know if that's it, Janine or...
When you're talking about long-term rentals, if they come into the town to get a long-term rental,
Or if they're coming for both the monthly or the yearly rentals, they have to get a license to rent their premises, right?
all right, anything greater than 28 days is considered a long-term rental for us.
Right.
But Mr. Disher is ready to step up here and provide the details of his department.
Yeah, thanks, Mike Disher, planning development manager. Yes, rental permits it's done through an annual permit. At that time, they're given their permit, they are given a copy of the rules that go into effect.
They give it rules.
Right, now what we see a lot of times is the person owning the unit doesn't even live here. It's an investment property for them. They may even be out of the country. So they are not even involved. It's dealt with solely through a local rental agency.
Right.
So just to answer your question, it's more than 3 or 4 that have been successful. A lot of them, they don't even make it to the code enforcement board because it's dealt with. So if they're, in which case they'll contact the owner, let them know, contact the rental agency, and remind them that they have to follow those rules.
So if we we vote to hire a second person, it would definitely take some of the workload off of Dave, and that person strictly did rentals. Do you think we'd be more productive in catching some of these people? Because now you got a person that's working on rentals, not dealing with grass or shutters or whatever, just rentals.
Yeah, absolutely, and I appreciate you bringing that up, that idea, because, yeah, that's something that we had thought of. Dave he's spread in a lot of different directions, and so having that focus is really gonna help. And it is increasing. You know, Dave gets these calls all the time, I get them from time to time. People call and say, it's usually a realtor, say, hey, I have a client who wants to buy property in Ponce Inlet, can they do Airbnb? You know, all they're interested in is buying property and rent it out. You know, so we deal with that a lot more lately.
I get a lot of calls from residents constantly, and it's like I feel bad because what answer do you really give them? We'll try it, and I can't ask people to take pictures. I just won't do it anymore. It's not proper.
Well, we tell them the rules. There's a few places in town that used to be zone T1, that was a former tourist zoning district. Those are the only places where you were allowed to do short-term rental as a grandfather use. Those are in the condos. Everywhere else is long-term.
But most of them don't do it. I would understand. Dave was telling me the T1 and T2 it's called?
Just T1.
T1, and most of the condos, the management companies don't allow it. There's one building, I believe, he said allows it. So.
Yeah, there's the town's rules, and then the condo associations, they may have their own rules. Right. Yes, those would supersede those allowed by the town. They can't have anything less restrictive than what the town has, but they can be more.
Hopefully get you some help.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Well, Michael, question, and Joe opened the door when he meant get the county involved, and I believe what he was looking at is the famous bed tax, that long-term rentals and leases don't have that tax, but hotels, motels, and short-term rentals have, 6 or 7% tax. So if there's a suspect short-term rental and they're doing it correctly, they will be paying that tax. And so if we think there's a nonsense going on, or we're trying to prove it, we can go find out if they're paying that tax. If they are a short-term rental that we can prove and they didn't pay the tax, that's where the county can do more nasty things to them over and above, because that's tax evasion at that point in time.
That's a great idea.
And that's another case which is a threat at that point in time. Is that right, Joe? Is that what you wanted to do? Thank you.
Yeah, we'll look into that. And I will also follow up with Dave about the situation here in Calumet. Thank you.
Have you gotten the county involved with Calumet?
Sorry?
Have you gotten the county involved with Calumet? No?
Not to my knowledge. I'm gonna have to follow up with Dave first.
Thank you.
Call for the vote.
I'm ready for voting. Any last comments from the audience? Yes, sir.
Mike Mirage, 15 Marsville North. Before I come back up on my own issue, I had a question about legality of advertising, these companies advertising these short-term rentals, which is against our town ordinance. Is there any legal recourse that we can have? Is there a letter we can send them and say, if you cease and desist, or we're going to take you to court?
The answer to the question is, for reasons that frankly are hard to explain to the average mortal, because they don't make sense, is that the freedom of speech includes the freedom to say things that are wrong, and that's what Mr. Villanello was trying to say. I'm combining Milano and Villanello. And so there's a problem, but I have been known to write letters to people who badly need them written to them to see what kind of reaction it draws, and I certainly wouldn't have no problem doing that. I would suspect, but don't know, that they might get put in file 13. You may be familiar with that file. But the point would be to try to get them to rise above their own economic interest, a very difficult task, and do the right thing, which is to follow our codes and ordinances by not advertising something that we don't approve of. So, but the freedom of speech includes the freedom to be wrong in your speech and to put up things that are wrong, as long as you're not inciting a riot or violence, something we learned about on January 6th. So that's the truth, and that's the fact.
I just thought if we hire this person, that that's one aspect of, that could be of their job, is to search these places out, send them a letter, even if it's not, nothing's going to happen. But some people panic when they get a letter from an attorney.
I'm happy to write that letter, it's not a problem.
And so we can be more proactive in trying to prevent people from advertising short-term rentals. It would be very costly.
And if there could be some punishment or some way to scare them enough that they shouldn't be doing that, of course, that's their livelihood, some part of it, and they want to do that. So they want to be as sneaky as everything, but
Now,
we should try everything possible to stop it.
locally, you have Ponce Inlet Realty advertising short-term rentals in Ponce Inlet. So if they're a business in Ponce Inlet, is there any recourse that the town can do based on, you're doing business here and you're going against, you're advertising, against our rules. So I think a letter from the attorney might stop some of it, it's just a chance. The other thing that can be done, I know we could ask the chief about it, and counsel and the attorney. It used to be when they had a lot of drunk driving from a bar, the police would target that bar. They would sit there at closing, and as people came out and they drove erratically, they'd be giving DUIs out. And lo and behold, drunk driving went down. People were aware, police were targeting. So in this instance, we've got lots of cars, lots of license plates. If a resident calls up and says, these people are partying, there's 6 cars out here, can't the police come by and run those plates? It doesn't take that long. See if there's any warrants, anything that might help deter these people from coming here in the first place.
Well, the answer is yes, and that goes back to the license plate readers that record every license plate that comes in and goes out of this town. And so, yes, and we do check that, and if they happen to be a Floridian, then they're on the list for warrants or anything else. We get alerted to that when the car enters the town.
Okay,
Out-of-state
but they
license,
said,
not so much.
they said vans with motorcycles.
Well,
And then there's like 12 motorcycles coming out. So if the police come by and check those license plates that aren't being seen on the way in, it's just more, anything we can do to deter.
all good ideas, all good possibilities.
Mayor, I just
Yes.
wanted to know, we are in just general citizen participation right now, and I know Mr. Mirage said he had something else he wanted to discuss, so,
Are you ready to move on?
well, we're in
Let's get rid
general,
of our
so
motion
I'm not
first,
sure
and then
how you
we'll-
want to
we'll
handle
go
that.
back to the
We've
other
got
motion.
2.5 minutes left on the clock here.
Do you want to restate the motion so we know exactly what we're going to vote on?
I'll make a motion. You want me to make the motion? I'll make a motion that we hire before I make the motion, are we going to do part-time or full-time? What do you want to do?
I would suggest that we start with part-time,
Okay.
because we don't even have a desk location for this person. They're gonna have to be outside constantly.
All right, so I'll make a motion that we hire a part-time code enforcement officer to work strictly on rental issues.
Second.
We have a motion and second. I think we'll have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Israel.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Paritsky.
Yes.
Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Coswell.
Yes.
Councilmember Milano.
Yes.
5-0 passes.
Can I ask you a question before we move on? I know we voted on this, but something came to mind when they were talking. So these companies that offer rentals in Ponce Inlet that are illegal as far as we're concerned, is it entrapment to have our investigator call them and try to rent one of these places and see if they say, yo, you can rent it for 3 or 4 days? Would that be entrapment, or would that be like, we got you?
Let me simply suggest to you in a very broad way, since I don't want to get to specifics that I may have to defend later.
Right.
Entrapment is defined by getting something to do something that they wouldn't otherwise ordinarily do. You would know that.
Right.
And because Mr. Israel's a former police officer. And it's not entrapment if you just get them to do what they already ordinarily do. And I will leave the explanation right there.
Very good. So let them advertise, because we're going to have an investigator you're working this evening. Okay, thank you.
John, thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming tonight. So you got some action and you got something started. We hope it will somewhat help you.
Why is it I'm not particularly optimistic?
Well, better than nothing is gotta be my reply to that. And
Perhaps, but all I've heard tonight is process. I've heard nothing in the way of results and affirmative action in the more, I guess, lesser known sense. I don't want to take up time or anything, but I would simply say that this problem is not going to go away, it's only going to increase. And you're not going to like the town you live in when everybody next door to you drives in that night. And if you don't think it can happen to you, all it takes is one change of owner, somebody who is, and we have, you mentioned yourself that probably around 65% of the people here are not here most of the time. Well, maybe they get a little change on the side, you know? And so there is probably a wealth of potential properties out there that will fall subject to this in the future because it's the way of the new world. With social media, with online and marketing online, whatever, this is going to get worse and it's going to get worse and you're going to not ever have a residential treatment. Unless you live on a side street, on a very long driveway, up against the river. And I know people like that. They're relatively safe, I suspect. But anybody near the beach who's made a significant investment, my property is valued well over $1.2 million. But that's going to go down to next to nothing. Maybe my solution is that I should just permanently rent the place. And then your problem goes away. You don't even know what kind of a problem you have.
Mike, do you have another issue?
Compared to John, this is kind of a minor issue. And this, I'd like Cliff to address this if possible. Ordinance number 2011-01.
Okay, what is that? 2011-01?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's about sound levels and noise.
Okay.
And in particular, number 4D, under section D, number 4. I'll read it, it's short. The emission of low-frequency sound, bass, in parentheses, in a manner that such sound causes vibration, which causes a noise disturbance or can be felt beyond the real property line of the parcel from which the sound is emitted. So I'm here tonight to talk about Jerry's again. I hear the bass in my house. I have solid concrete walls. When we built our house, I had them fill up every cell. When you go inside, the noise is reduced substantially, but you can't reduce bass through windows and such. I've called police on weekends. The chief has had good guys to go out there, look at the sound level meter, they tell them to turn it down if it's above the sound level. But my problem is the bass, and that's in the ordinance. The last 2 calls, I got an officer, both times, Officer Cornier, called me from the site, told me they're within the levels. And I told him it's not about the level of the music, it's the bass frequency that's coming across. Bass is different than the overall peak of sound levels. It's sub-level. So I explained that to him, I explained about the ordinance, and both times he told me unless things are falling off the wall or off your shelves, we're not doing anything about it. We're not citing them, we're not giving them a warning. talked to several people about this. There was times that when police officers went out and asked them to turn it down, and they did. I've even had neighbors that were at Jerry's and said, wow, we could talk to each other. They didn't lose any business. And look, I'm coming from a position, I was a professional musician for 20 years. I played bars. When they told you to turn it down, you did it, or you didn't get paid. So I'd like to know if this ordinance is enforceable and why we're not enforcing it if it is.
I can only answer because I don't have it in front of me and I didn't anticipate a 10-year-old ordinance to be on the agenda tonight. But I will tell you that our firm was involved in trying to fix what was there before, which didn't have a standard which was measurable and therefore enforceable. And we went through not only what decibel levels were appropriate to set, but also what kind of equipment would be used that would take into account the ambient noise of beach winds and waves and surf and other things that apply particularly to those businesses that are towards the beach. I cannot remember this particular part of the ordinance that you mentioned. I know that when we did it, we wouldn't have done it if we didn't think there was a way to enforce it. But with a direction from the town, I'm more than happy to try to look at it and also find out what standards, I don't know what standards the police are using or what problems they may be encountering in enforcing it. So there may be some answers to your questions. I don't have them tonight, but I'll certainly look at it.
Okay. I did have a police officer come in the house and heard it, and we went back and cited Jerry's. We've had 2 within a month. I know they don't want the 3rd because then they have to go in front of the board. There's 3 more houses being built on my street right now. 2 of them, the backyard is going to be right at Jerry's. So the problem's not going to go away. I think there's going to be more people getting up here saying, what are you going to do about this?
Well, your statement from the policeman is what bothers me, because that doesn't sound reasonable or prudent at all. So standing behind you is the gentleman that's going to address that.
Okay.
Thanks. Good evening, Jeff Glazier, Ponce Inlet Police Department. It was probably several months ago I met the Mirages in their house, and we actually talked about the issues, and I promised them that we would take care of it. I was not aware that officer went out for those noise violations, and I was not aware that's what he said. That's terrible customer service. It's not going to happen again. That's not the answers that they deserve. It's not the answers that they're going to get. If there's a noise violation, whether it's bass or just ambient noise, Jerry's is going to get written up, and if they get 3 in 30 days, they're going to be brought in front of the Code Enforcement Board, and again, it's up to the Code Enforcement Board, but they can get their music permit pulled. So that's what we're going to do. I'll talk to the officer as soon as I leave here tonight, but that's not going to happen again.
Can I ask a question, because you and I have had this discussion before, and when you interpret the ordinance that was just read by Mike, if you can physically hear it and feel that that's enough based on that ordinance to do something about it?
For the bass, yes. For the ambient noise, just like Cliff said, you have to take in other factors. You take 2 separate readings. One is when it's quiet, so you can get the ambient noise, you can get the wind, the ocean, things like that. And then there's a little formula you use to determine, once the music starts, if with the ambient noise it rises above the threshold, you can cite the people.
Well, but that's the sound meter.
Right, but for the bass, if you can just hear it in your own ear, or you can feel it inside the house.
The bass is a physical thing and an interpretation by the person standing there looking at it, and if it's irritating, then it's a violation.
Yes, that's correct. And let's be honest, I mean, Jerry's has the ability to turn it down. I mean, they have the volume button, and it's up to them to determine what level they want to put it at. If they put it at a certain level, you won't hear it, and they decide not to do that on different nights. Now, in defense, they also have different types of bands. They have acoustic band, and Mike knows a lot more about this than I do, but different bands create different types of noise, and so it depends on who's playing that night and how much they're screaming and if there's karaoke and things like that. For what I can do, I can give them better customer service, and that's what I'll do.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Michael. Any other interesting comments that we can address this evening? Then I guess we're done with citizens' comments, which takes us down to Resolution 2021-04.
Resolution 2021-04, read by title only, a resolution of the Town of Pond Inlet, Florida, supporting renewal of the interlocal agreement for distribution of proceeds of local option fuel tax for the period September 1, 2021 to August 31st, 2034, providing for conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Would you like me to introduce it?
I would like someone to speak about it, yes.
For the past 2 years, we have approved one-year extensions to the current interlocal agreement for the distribution of the local option fuel taxes. During those discussions at town council meetings in 2019 and 2020, I've tried to prepare you for the impending change from a distribution formula that has been advantageous to the town, but to which change has long been sought by the majority of the cities within Volusia County. You may recall that the current formula gives weight to each municipality's population, miles of municipal roadway, and property values. Naturally, the third factor has been one that Ponce Inlet has reaped a benefit from. However, that factor has been the most contentious in countywide discussions. Fuel tax funds have distinct limitations on what they can be used for, and it's basically tied to roadway improvements. Over a 3-year time period, so the distribution formula is therefore expected to be tied to the care and the use of roadways. Over a 3-year time period, 25 formula scenarios were developed and considered by all of the managers within Volusia County. Ultimately, the one in which we were most able to agree upon is the simplest, which is tying the distribution to 100% roadway lane miles. While the application of this formula has a negative impact on the town's receipt of fuel tax funding, ultimately reducing it by 55%, there are other formula factors that were considered, which if any of them were included, they would impact us to an even greater degree to the negative. Those were things like population, the classification of the roadway, and the roadway use. In consideration of cities like ours who would be receiving less fuel tax under the new distribution formula, a 5-year transition period has been negotiated and is proposed in this agreement. I reviewed this 5-year transition period as it relates to our current stormwater improvements loan, which is a debt service that we have tied to this particular funding source. And this will be paid off after fiscal year 25-26. We have sufficient funds coming in each year for this payment, with only a change in the last year of the loan regarding the amount coming from each of the 2 local option fuel taxes to cover this payment. While I definitely would prefer to continue with the current interlocal agreement distribution formula, having participated with all of the Volusia County cities in this discussion for more than the past 2 years, that's not going to happen. The current distribution formula is not going to be considered by anyone. So therefore, given the alternatives, I recommend that you approve this resolution 2021-04 for use of 100% lane miles as the sole factor in the distribution of the local option fuel taxes. And we'll plan accordingly in our budgeting process.
Any comments or questions?
Yes. Thank you so much for doing this. This looks like it was a massive undertaking. I'm trying to imagine all those county people getting together and trying to sort this out. So, and trying to reach some kind of an agreement that you all can feel comfortable moving forward with. So thank you for doing that, Janine. A couple quick questions, and then frankly, there are just 2. One is, can you define for us how lane miles are defined? What is a lane mile?
Okay. And I apologize. I do want to say, because I know that you're settling in up here, if I know some of these types of questions in advance of the meeting, I can have that information for you.
I didn't mean to
And I have that in my office. It is a public works calculation, and I'm just trying to recall if it is I believe that it is both directions of the road. For instance, the miles of Peninsula going north and the mile of Peninsula going south. And the reason I say that is because I know in our calculation formula that Harbor Village Boulevard was the only street that we had that had an additional section of roadway to be added in, because we have that third lane during a portion of that roadway where it creates a turn lane element. So I'm going to say it's that one because that's what I'm remembering, but you'll have to forgive me if I'm incorrect in including that, but I believe it counts each lane.
Is Atlantic Boulevard, included in that?
No, we don't get Atlantic, that's the
Because
county.
that's a county road.
We do get that little smidge of Atlantic, the one that you have frustration over.
The one that I don't want, but that's the illustration. If Atlantic was improved during the 3-lane or 4-lane area, they call lane miles. So that would be 4 times or 3 times however many lanes.
But that's all there. So for us, Harbor Village is the only one that has that third lane in it. So yes, it's each lane, the miles of that. So I just had to.
Well, that makes good sense, but that was a new one on me, so thank you so much.
It was new for me too in this process.
And then the only other question is based upon the revenue projection of 22.1 million, will the allocation of any excess or shortfall be apportioned similarly to how the allocations are done now?
Absolutely. The revenue estimate is exactly that, it is an estimate. What is a solid factor is a percentage breakout. So if more comes in, more money is available for each of the cities. If less comes in, less money is available for each of the cities.
Thank you.
Audience, question or comment? Seeing none?
Okay, I move to adopt Resolution 2021-04, a resolution of the town supporting renewal of the interlocal agreement for distribution of proceeds of local option fuel tax for the period September 1, 2021 to August 31, 2034, with a distribution formula using 100% roadway lane miles with the county-wide 5-year phase-in estimate as set forth at length in Agenda Item 11A.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Grinsky.
Yes.
Councilmember Cosmo.
Yes.
Councilmember Israel.
Yes.
Councilmember Milano.
Yes.
Mayor Smith.
Yes.
5-0 passes.
Now old business. So now we're down to 13A, discussion of parking at the boat ramps.
Yes, I understand there's some pictures is there pictures you have to show for this, or
I don't have any pictures, but I believe Ms. Pruitt.
Yes, when you're done, no, if you don't mind, Dave, these are pictures that really go in line with questions that I have, so it's not
All right.
pictures of, no, not of the lot.
Okay. All right, so I spend a lot of time down towards the boat ramp, right around. I get more concerned about traffic down there and population and safety. Unfortunately, when you get to the end, you're at the end, unless you go in the water. And we have a lot of people coming down there every weekend. It's getting worse every weekend. And parking is a serious problem. And it's going to get worse as we go along. Our residents are suffering. I've talked to residents, they want to go down to the park, they want to go get a quick ice cream, whatever they want to do, parking is almost nil. So I have put together a suggestion for an ordinance, a change in the procedure of parking, the boat ramp parking that's adjacent to Davies Park. And these are the problems that I've seen over the last 3, 4, 5 months, a long time. I noticed that on the perimeter parking, where there's parking for cars, we have boat captains, and I've been told this and I've seen it myself, since we put the signs up that commercial parking, commercial boat ramp, the boat ramp is not for commercial use. The boat captains are now putting their boats in the Port Orange and telling their customers to come down to the ramp, to the boat ramp, and they'll pick them up there. So what's happening is these customers are parking in the individual parking for the cars and leaving their cars all day, which takes away from parking for anybody who wants to use our park. And the park that we just renovated, it's got a beautiful pirate ship for children and some adults that like to play on boats. Then we have Hidden Treasure, who they've been told to park in the same spots and come to work because they have a shortage of parking. And then we have, then you have the people that want to come to the lighthouse or come to that legally want to use the boat parking spaces that can't do it. And then we have, on the weekends, we have a shortage of boat parking. And during the week, the signs say that cars can park in the boat parking areas, the long areas there for the trucks and the cars and with their trailers on it. Right now, it's Monday through Friday, I believe, that cars can park in the boat parking. And then on the weekend, it's only for boats and trailers and trucks, boat trailers. Like I said, our residents are getting shortchanged. They can't park down there. So I have a proposal that I'd like to put up, and I've talked to the chief about this, police chief, and we discussed it today in length. I want to change the parking for the cars. I think there's 13 places. I think there's 13. But anyway, I want to make that parking a maximum of 2-hour parking. That will give people that want to use the park time to use the park. It'll eliminate people like the charters. Oh, and then there's the people that like to go to Lighthouse Park. They'll park there instead of paying the $10 and they'll walk to the park. I saw that last weekend. So making that maximum 2-hour parking would eliminate that problem, and that space would rotate every 2 hours, giving people time to use the space, other people to use the spaces. Secondly, I want to make the boat parking 7 days a week. And the reason for that is it gets busy down there. Now, it's going to start getting busier, and people are putting their boats in the water without looking to see if there's a place to park the trailer. Then they go look for trailer parking, and there's no trailer parking. So now they got to go back and get the boat out of water, and that just backs up the whole ramp. That's another reason. Enforcement, I talked to the chief about this. Enforcement would be easy. In fact, he made it even easier for us. There's a I guess it'd be like what's called the electronic chalking. So instead of going and chalking tires every 2 hours to see who's parking there more than 2 hours, there's a little machine you get that you ride by the car and you take a picture of the tag. And the tag, and this machine will tell you when 2 hours are up what tag it is, and you just go right to the police or whoever's doing it and go right to that car and write a ticket. You don't have to get out of the car and keep chalking cars all day. So it'll lessen the time that police have to enforce the issue. I also discussed with him, I don't know where this is going to go, my main concern is getting this parking changed. But I also made a mention to him that as New Smyrna does, as Ponce Inlet does, St. Augustine does, and other places, Daytona has it too. I'm going to talk to that director next Friday. They have civilians that will enforce that, and they'll go through and keep track of the cars with a machine like this, and they'll write the tickets. 99% of the time, the people aren't there anyway when they write the ticket, so it's not an issue. They don't know who's writing the ticket, but legality-wise, we can do it, according to the chief, and his training we can do to get that done. Citizens Watch, I think we'd be more than happy to help, not full-time, but on certain times of the weekend when it's busy, give a couple hours here or there to go down there and help the police. My main objective here is to make that a rotating parking lot where people come for 2 hours and they leave for 2 hours. This faction of people that keep coming down there and parking their cars all day is not helping Ponce Inlet, and this is all about Ponce Inlet and our residents. That's strictly what it's about. I mean, we love tourism. People spend money down here. I agree with that. Hidden Treasure has a parking lot. Matt has a parking lot. People want to go buy ice cream, but uses kayaks. So this parking, the Critter has a big parking lot for their people that want to get on a fishing charter boat of his and go out fishing. So there's parking there. There's no need to park in our parking lot. We need to do something about it. I'd like to do something about it tonight and make that change. Comments?
Yeah, well, if I can, so I thought about your proposal, so then I said to myself, Okay, we have this issue, but what happens to the displaced vehicles that would result from the policy? And that's where I have some pictures,
I'm
Becky.
sorry, I didn't hear what you say. What would happen to,
Yeah, the displaced vehicles, because what you're doing is changing a policy, so people that want to come to Pond-Sinlet, they're going to say, oh, I can only park for 2 hours. So they're not going to park in there, perhaps the ones that want to have their car there for hours on end. And I just looked at the streets in the area, Ocean Way. It's a 4-minute walk to wherever they may want to go. So you have the situation where this first slide shows the nearest unrestricted parking, which would be available to vehicles displaced by this policy. And that's a residential street. It's a 4-minute walk, about 1,150 feet north. Could you do the next slide, Becky? Now, this is a picture looking west on Ocean Way, and I just don't think that the homeowners on the right would be pleased to have the displaced vehicles parked in front of his or her home. And I just don't know, have we reached out to the homeowners? Because I think that they will be impacted. There's another slide, Becky, the next one is, this is looking east on Ocean Way, and it's going to look a lot different if it fills up with cars. The next slide, Becky, is this is now looking west on Ocean Way, and it's a beautiful, quiet street, and the policy could disturb that. And the last slide I want to show, and this is because we have parking issues, is the one on the right is from Mother's Day in front of Ponds Preserves. And this is what happened on Mother's Day, and thankfully I think we're getting that resolved by making it no parking. The problem is the cars keep coming, and if we move them from the parking lot, where are they going? It's as if we have an issue and we're just sort of displacing it and dispersing it possibly. So that is my concern for the residents.
well, I've talked to several residents, and they're aesthetic if you raise the parking tickets to $45, because it's eliminated a lot of these people parking on these streets. Parking is going to be a problem forever down here. We can't build a parking garage. There's no place to park. We're dealing with the county, and they have limited parking, and it's an overflow. I just feel that our parking lot down there is for the park. It's not for people going to the beach. If people park on side streets, I mean, first of all, some of those slides you have are like Ocean Way and Peninsula. That's a long way to the beach, if they want to go to the beach. And as far as going to Lighthouse Park, it's a walk too. But you have to go all the way to Ocean Way, and then make a right and walk all the way down to the park, and it's a long walk to the park. I mean, I watch people, they're slick, they try to park here and there and get into the park free. But if they park on the streets and they park illegally, they're going to get a ticket. The word's going to get out sooner or later that Pond-Sinlet is, Port Orange did it and eliminated the problem, that $100 ticket they're writing down, and took care of their problem. If we're aggressive and do this for our citizens, I think it's going to, in the long run, it's going to make things easier down there, because we're never ever going to eliminate the problem of parking. And I've looked at it. Listen, I have plenty of traffic control experience, and it's just many places to park cars. I mean, it's just an end of an island with no place to go. But I don't think our residents should suffer because people want to come down here and go fishing, or go to the beach, or go wherever they're going to go. Now, you got the Lighthouse, they have parking over there. They have the sand lot up top that they can park in if they go into the Lighthouse. I just think we need to pass something and be proactive and keep this town so it's for our residents. I mean, mainly for our residents. That's why we're here, to protect them. We're here to represent our residents. And if we don't take care of our residents, I mean, I'm sure people park on these side streets, and I appreciate your pictures, I really appreciate that. I'm sure they park on these side streets and they're parking on someone's grass or blocking their driveway. Chief Scalzo, Chief Glazer will definitely have his offices. I mean, they wrote how many tickets did you write last weekend down at the parking lot by Davies Park?
20 or 30.
20, 30? But there's 30 right there. I mean, it's just the way it is, and we have to do something about it. I think if we take the action now, the word's going to get out. And I think the county's getting ready to do the same thing. Are you taking they're in compliance, or they agree with the 2-hour parking, you mentioned something about that to me.
The deputy county manager had originally said that they were thinking that that was an idea that they might want to try as well. She sent me an email that she would, her staff has brought up some subsequent concerns, and they would recommend a 3 to 4 hour time limit due to the impact to kayakers that are going to have their kayaks on top of their personal cars, and canoe paddlers, and fishermen are making their activities down there. So that was their thought of 3 to 4 hours versus the 2, and she did indicate that's something that they're thinking of possibly on Lighthouse Drive. We're all dealing with the same issues. I mean, it's just a matter of not wanting to do what happened throughout the beginning of the pandemic, where it was like playing whack-a-mole, where you knock one issue down and 1 or 2 others pop up, and we were dealing with that, constantly and trying to close the parking, when the county was closing the beach access and all of the parking flooding all over our town, and things that we tried to do with the boat trailer parking then. So we just want to be careful that we don't do one action and create 2 others.
I agree. I mean, unfortunately, the county is doing what they want. They took the north side of Lighthouse Boulevard and they took the parking away. So that shortened the parking left. They're doing the same thing on the right side of Lighthouse. They're taking parking places away while we're trying to add parking places. So they're not playing the game with us. They're making it much more difficult for us to control our parking issues. So, I mean, I'd be willing to make it a 3-hour minute, maximum 3, if that would help. But I really think we should make some kind of a change to those signs and make it so it's a rotation of cars coming and going instead of cars parking there all day and not letting anybody use the parking. People come down with kids that want to use the parking, there's no parking. At least if cars are going, there's going to be spots opening up for other cars to come in.
I just want to make sure we understand something. I think Ocean Way, that is legal parking. That's not, yeah, on the street is legal parking. Also, I do have a question though, is that if we know for a fact that one of the issues, for example, is Hidden Treasure employees parking there, maybe we could more narrowly tailor some type of enforcement to take care of that issue for starters, because we do have the increase in the parking fine. There is the sign that we put up about, no commercial activity. And I don't know if enough time has passed to see if those things work. And we have another issue that's identified as the Hidden Treasure employee parking. Maybe more time can be focused and have a more narrowly tailored solution for the Hidden Treasure employees.
I think that we're opening up Pandora's box if we do that. If we work with Hidden Treasure and say, okay, we're going to work something out so you can park there.
No, to not park there.
Right.
Oh, no, just the opposite, to identify the fact that, look, you're a restaurant, you have employees, and I think we've talked before about the number of required parking spots when they get their permit, and maybe it should be an annual reevaluation. But what about the possibility that, you have a business, deal with it, maybe they, as a private business, would work with another private business that has more parking and shuttle their employees to the place?
I think if we, I hear what you're saying, but I think if we pass this and it goes for every car that parks down there, if you try to target one area, one sector, and not the other 2, it's a big problem. It's not just Hidden Treasure, it's people getting those boats in the morning, because when I did my patrols, I see them park their cars, bring their coolers down to the boat, and this guy picks up the way they go. And then I see people parking there, and they're heading right to Lighthouse Park. So it's a combination. I think if we did this and it works, if it doesn't work, and then we just take the signs and change it. But if we try it and see what happens and see if it's a revolving door, cars come and go, I think it'll work. I think that if we did that, the word's going to get out, don't park here because you're going to get a $45 ticket. And if you give enough $45 tickets out, Hidden Treasure's going to stop parking there. The people that come, the charter boat captain's going to get complaints from the customers that came back from their charter with a cooler full of fish, and it was a $45 ticket waiting for them. That's going to take care of the charter fishermen. And of course, the people in the park that go down and spend the day in the park. I mean, They're down there 8 hours, 7, whatever they're down there. I mean, it's not right that our residents don't have a place to park in a park that we just renovated for the residents of Ponce Inlet. That's the only issue I have. As far as overflow, if they park on a side street and illegal, I would have to pass that through to the residents, I think, and see how they felt about it. But I don't think people are going to park that far up and go down there. I really don't think they will. I mean, I don't see many. The ones I see parking now are parking anyway. They're parking on Caribbean. They're parking on what's the other street? There's a couple of streets they're parking on. They're parked Caribbean and what's the Ocean Way. They're parking on those streets now anyway, where they were, and people put their own signs up, no parking, their own temporary signs, and stop the parking. I don't see very many cars parking. And as if you look at it, these parking places are full now, so people have to go somewhere, and they're not going to Ocean Way, and they're not going to Caribbean, and they're not going to the other streets on up. So they're not doing it now, so I don't think they're going to do it if we make it a 2-hour parking. It's not going to make any difference.
I'm just going to say this, and I'm not going to say another word. I 100% disagree with you. And let me explain why. I have grandchildren. I used to park in that lot. I would take my grandchildren to Davies Park to play. After there, we would go over to the museum, and we'd spend time in the museum. Then I'd pick up food at Hidden Treasure, and we'd go across the street, and we'd sit there, and we would have lunch. Then we would walk to the museum. You're telling me that I should move my car because my 2-hour limit is over to each one of those locations instead of my family and my grandchildren be able to walk. And the other part, you said, last Thursday we had our pictures taken at the pavilion. You want to make all those parking spaces for boats only during the week.
Yeah, the boat parking.
Every single space except 4 was empty, and cars were parked in there during the week. People were in the park, people were coming from the museum, they were coming from the other side getting ice cream, and you're eliminating that for them if you take those spaces away. So Dave, I think what you're trying to do, but what you're doing is you're not helping the residents of Ponce Inlet, you're hindering them by putting that 2-hour. So I don't need to say anything else beyond that.
So when was the last time you drove down there and used it?
I walked there almost every day.
I drove down there with a car and there was no parking on a weekend. On a weekend.
On a weekend? I know better.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I know better. But the reason why, and let me give you an example of the reason why. I have a friend that used to have a boat. He used to take it over there and dump it off there. I would drive my car, our friends would drive their car, there would be 6 of us, 2 cars, 1 boat in the ramp, and we would go over to Disappearing Island for the entire day. You're telling me I can't do that? I can't do that because I'm in the parking space more than 2 hours.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying.
And that's wrong.
Why?
Why would you want to hinder someone from doing something like that? I don't get it.
Well, apparently you didn't hear what I said.
I did hear what you said. That's the problem.
What I'm saying is we need to be fair to other people.
To everybody.
Can I finish and have the floor right now?
Go right ahead.
You need to be fair to everybody. Why take a parking place and tie it up for 8 hours when there's other people that want to go to the park and enjoy it? I mean, every town, every city has maximum parking hours in certain places in their towns. I just think we need maximum parking. If it has to be 3 hours, let it be 3 hours. But I think we need to do something to control the parking. If you want to make the parking on during the week for the boat ramp, car parking also, I'm willing to do that. But the parking spaces need to be controlled a lot better than they are right now. So if you came down during the week, Councilman Milano, and wanted to park your car on the parking where the boats are, if you want to leave it that way, that's fine with me. And then the weekends is strictly for boats. But we need to do something with those perimeter parking places.
Well, I'm always concerned with enforcement, and I've had a couple of discussions with the police chief, but I'm taking a guess now that the enforcement effort is somewhat proportional to the time limit. So as the time limit gets longer, if you go from 2 hours to 3 hours or 3 hours to 4 hours, the enforcement effort and the time that the policemen have to be there would be different. And so I'm kind of in the, I've experienced what Bill is talking about when guests to boaters do that. So I would, and I know what you're trying to do, and I agree with the premise. I just don't want to have to overtax the police department be a balance somewhere where the enforcement effort is related to the time frame, and maybe 3 or 4 hours is better than 2. Comments, Chief?
Jeff Glazier, Ponce Inlet Police Department. I know I wasn't called up, so I don't want to overstep my bounds, so if you do want to hear.
Good to Chief.
No, I work at your will, so. But first of all, I want to thank Councilmember Israel for approaching me before the meeting and kind of explaining his views and asking mine. I think when we do collaborate, I think we come up with the best solution, so I do appreciate that. So it's an interesting issue. Each parking lot has its own little personality, and ours has its own little personality, as you all know. You have to sit there for hours, day after day, to kind of understand how it works and how things move and ebb and flow. Councilmember Milano and Councilmember Israel, in my opinion, you're both correct. During the week, Monday through Friday, the parking lot acts like it should, and it actually does very well, I think. It handles the traffic. Today's a perfect example. It's a beautiful day, but it's windy, so boats can't get offshore. And so there's only one boat trailer parked there, which means there's 26 open spaces, and there were cars parked in those spaces. So there wasn't any problem with parking today. There wasn't any problem with parking yesterday. Tomorrow it's going to be windy. I expect we'll have the same. I think the parking lot will work well, and I think it works well most of the Mondays through Fridays. So Councilmember Milano is correct. Councilmember Israel is correct, because weekends is a different story. It's a completely different animal. You can't find a place to park. The Hidden Treasures employees will take up spaces for hours. I think Marine Science Center maybe does the same thing. And there is definitely commercial activity there. So when I looked at the proposal, I kind of saw some pros and cons. The pros being that 2 hours or 3 hours or 4 hours would move people in and out, and it would allow more people to experience the amenities on the weekends. And I think it would deter the Hidden Treasures employees and the Marine Science Center employees from parking there all day. The cons for me were exactly what the town manager mentioned, which is there's a lot of people that use it for the right reasons. They bring their family, and you can see it. They'll park in there, they'll take their bicycles off their truck, and they'll ride, and they'll come back hours later after going through the preserve and up and down A1A, and they go to the jetty. So the 2 hours would hurt them. There's also families that go to Hidden Treasures, and then they come out and they go get ice cream, and then they walk down to the jetty. And they couldn't do that in 2 hours. And so that would be a challenge. And then the mayor talked about the enforcement. And I mentioned this to Councilmember Israel. Whether it's the noise issues from Jerry's or the traffic on A1A, the last thing I want my guys to be doing is sitting in the parking lot on a busy weekend, chalking tires, or even using the electronic device. You know, we have to be on Peninsula, and we have to be on A1A, slowing those cars down, helping people get across the street. The thing that keeps me up at night, to be honest, is somebody getting hit by a vehicle in Ponce Inlet. There's so much traffic on the weekends. Last week we got somebody going 65 miles an hour on A1A. So, and I say that because what the parking enforcement could be very labor intensive. And I don't think we want police officers sitting in the parking lot chalking tires while there's people speeding through town. And, you know, we also need to be patrolling neighborhoods. So whatever the council decides, if you do decide to create a timetable of 2 hours or 4 hours, I would ask that you look at some type of civilian enforcement. Depending on how the vote goes, I don't know how it will go, but what I don't want to do is just keep my officers sitting in that parking lot.
So would you be agreeable if it would work to have the citizens watch down there on the weekends for so many hours, you know, not all day, just select hours enforcing the parking?
I don't have any problem with that. In fact, when I was in Atlanta, we did this huge study. It was 100-something pages because we needed to put more officers on the street, and the bottom line summary was, if it doesn't take a gun and a badge, why are you doing it as a police officer? We had police officers working in supply, property, permits, and they said civilians could do that position and do it well. So no, I don't have any problem with that. Obviously, we would do some type of training, and the police officers would always be available if there was a conflict that we could handle. If somebody was angry or irate about a ticket. So no, I don't really have any problem with that.
Does Citizens Watch do they have the ability to write any tickets or citations or do anything, or you're talking about them calling a police officer?
It would be Citizens Watch only writing parking tickets in that lot.
And that would be to confirm, that would be a Cliff issue, but currently our tickets don't go through the court system. They simply stay in Ponce Inlet, and we do administrative work with them, so I don't think it would be a problem for a civilian to write, but I could be wrong.
I don't think it's a problem, but I think the training's got to be there.
I agree.
I know New Smyrna Beach has civilians doing their complete parking enforcement. And I've talked to the director, and they do have a school they go to learn how to write the tickets. And if that was allowable, then we could do that. That would definitely make us qualified to do it. And as far as the parking, I'm willing to change the parking to 4 hours in the perimeter, and the parking in the boat parking, leave it this way it is now. Not change that.
Have you talked to any of your volunteers? Are they, do they do that?
They will.
Well, and I think, because the idea is to stop restaurant employees and open it up to the residents, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. So I heard volunteers down there, and they could rotate on weekends, and I heard you say 4 hours would be much. I think that would work just fine. I'd like to try that.
When you said, forget about Monday through Friday concerning the boat parking, you started to turn me. Okay. Second thing, when Lois and the mayor suggested the 4 hours, I tried to visualize how much time I actually spent walking, etc., and it's in that 3-4 hour range. 2's too little. You got to admit that. You got to admit that.
That's fine. I'm willing to change it to
4 hours seems feasible. So, with you backing off of the one part and you raising the other part, let's have the town manager with the police chief work on it.
All right, so do we make a motion to get, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
right on.
thanks. No worries. Yeah, I hear the 3 or 4 hour thing. I'm one of those people that parks my car down there and jumps on somebody else's boat. We're gone for the day.
Well, I'll drag it down and you can get on the boat.
You're gonna go get me in your golf cart? All right, so, that is one of the concerns. I wonder what the citizens think about this. Let's just propose heresy for just a second, go off the crazy end. If you're not there in the morning and you don't get a parking spot, oh well.
I've talked to several citizens about this before I put it together, and they tell them that they would love to see some kind of controlled parking for the perimeter, so they would have a chance to get a parking place. And if cars are down there 4 hours, they got to move after 4 hours, so that gives another 13 cars or 14 cars a chance to park down there. And then, it would be at least, it would turn that lot over twice a day during the weekend, which is a good thing. I mean, I'm sure some people wouldn't even stay 4 hours. Some of the people, they'd like to say, go get ice cream. They might get their ice cream plan in the day's park and then leave, so they'd be gone. So I really do think it would work. I've been spending a lot of time watching this and analyzing and trying to, and you're right, 2 hours is too short. I think 4 hours would be easier, and it would be easier on us to control it and do what we have to do.
And the other part we have to look at, and this is the thing that's come up consistently, because years ago, the Science Museum Center was going to start taking parking spaces away. And what the sign, if you ever look at that Lighthouse Drive, especially on weekends, where it costs $20 to get on the beach, the people will park in that entire section, take their stuff, and all they have to do is they can walk in and go over the very first ramp, and they're on the beach. And that overflow for the museum ends up in that parking lot. And that's the thing. So all of that has to be looked at, and how we can correct that and not it happening before we make a decision tonight.
Well, the Lighthouse has plenty of parking. They have it below, and they have the whole top lot that they park in over. There's a lot of parking over there.
Oh, yeah.
And I've never
Try and go in there and not go to the lighthouse. Oh, gosh. Try and go in there and not go to the lighthouse and watch what they do. They attack you.
Well, I don't know anything about the equipment you were talking about, because chalking, I know, it's legal in Florida, it's not legal in some areas, the physical chalking. Is this what you would have the Citizens Watch use?
No, we'd use I would get a price to use one of these, it's called a electronic chalking device. What it does is you ride by the car and you take a picture of the tag, and then if you set it to the time you want to be notified when they're violating, and say 4 hours, it'll tell you 4 hours to go check this car, see if it's still there. If it's still there, then you know it's all documented, tag number, and you write the ticket. And it's also documented here so you don't lose the information instead of chalking.
I'm assuming it's not, I don't know how much money it is, I mean, but do you have an idea?
I don't have an, I have to find, I just got this, but if, you know, if it took us chalking until we got the machine, we could always chalk and get the machine afterwards and start.
And that's, no, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go finish.
Yeah, but we can chalk the cars and then get the machine. If it's too expensive, when we have the budget, get the machine.
Oh, you mean physical chalking?
Yeah.
The only reason, and I would speak with Cliff about that, because even though it's legal in our state, it's not legal in certain areas. I think that the Sixth Circuit said it's not legal. And the reason I bring it up, I don't want Ponce Inlet to be a test case,
No,
so we would talk to Cliff about chalking.
Why don't we, I'd like to make a motion that we look into doing this instead of just tabling it tonight, and then come back, and we have to tweak it. We can do that. I can get some prices with the chief, and we, you know, this do it strict. I mean, we'll make the motion designed to say the perimeter parking will be 4 hour maximum, and the boat parking will stay the same.
Very good. What we'll have to do is to create an ordinance,
Right.
And we can probably bring that back at the next meeting for its first reading and get some information from you. You can give that either to me or to the chief, and he can get some pricing information on it.
I can work on it too if you want me to.
Well, it probably should be staff, if you don't mind, if just,
that's fine.
because I need the police chief to recommend that piece of equipment versus other pieces of equipment and look at how we purchase it as well. So we can definitely do that if you'd like to make a motion to direct staff to prepare an ordinance with a 4 hour.
In the process, just one more thing to remember. Remember during the holidays, the number of years and years ago, for the people that have been around a long time, we used to actually have a Volusia County police officer that used to be stationed there because of the fights and the battles that occurred. My concern is if we have Citizens Watch issuing those tickets, how can we make sure that they're going to be safe?
Well,
that has got to be built in there somehow.
Generally on the weekends during the summer, there's overtime officer down there both days, so that would take care of that problem. They only go between the lot and the ramp, so that would take care of that problem.
And if I can clarify, are we talking about this only being in effect, the 4 hour minimum on weekends and holidays?
No, the 4 hours would be every day. and
Every day,
The boat
okay.
ramp would stay the same, the way the boat parking would be the way it is, it would stay the same.
So the people who want to park there in a vehicle, just a car type of vehicle during the week, longer than 4 hours, would then just park in a boat trailer parking spot instead?
Right.
All right.
And when we come back next week with the ordinance, I think we need to know the attitude of your volunteers, and are they willing to do that? And if you're going to enforce this, you almost have to have somebody there between certain hours, however, when you're going to start, when you're going to end, because you need to know with your device there when they came, when they left. And they're going to be coming in and out all day long, because some will stay less than 4 hours, some will try to stay more than 4 hours and get a ticket, et cetera, et cetera. So I'd like to hear next time how that's going to function and have a plan, and I think
And that's why we need to look at it, because one of the things is, I still look at it as only the weekend, because that parking lot is so empty Monday through Friday, or weekend and holidays. And I'd hate to see a person's parked in there and then have to move their car over to the boat ramp. So it's something, there's a lot to look at, and you guys, the staff can do it.
And that's what I was actually going to ask Dave to just say it again, what he's interested, because I'm with you, Bill, is that I feel as if, okay, on the weekends and holidays, we can take better control over this, but during the week, I didn't know if we needed it, but I needed to hear from you, Dave. If you could just tell me what it is you want us to consider.
So what I'd like to do is have the perimeter parking at a 4 hour maximum, 7 days a week. The boat trailer parking will stay the same. It'll be Monday through Friday, I believe. It'll be, cars can park in those spaces. Saturday, Sunday, and holidays, it will not be allowed parking. It's only for boat trailer parking.
And do we think that if we do a minimum of 4 hours, we're balancing a good interest between the residents who want to use the parking, but it's too short a period of time for, say, Hidden Treasure employees?
Right. Or-
Is that what we think?
Right, or boat charters.
Or boat charters, so it's a balance, 4 hours.
Oh, it's something we need to look at through the chief, because as I said, the 6 of us used to go out on John's boat all the time. And we would go to Disappearing Island as soon as the tide started going down, and we would stay at Disappearing Island until we could just make it across and get out. And that was usually 5-6 hours. So, it's something we really have to look at before we jump into it. We have to look at all the different conditions that can happen. And we used to have 2 cars there.
Well,
It would be on the weekend.
Well, Monday through Friday, you can go there day and night because you'll have spaces to park where the boats are. Boat parking is. The weekends will be the issue, and that's really
Always
the
has
main
been.
problem.
Always has been. I've been here for 21 years, and it has always been a situation.
Well, we'll try to work, tweak it,
Well,
let's do an ordinance on
and
it.
to clarify that, the car parking would be 4 hours every day.
Right.
But if there's a boat slip or a boat trailer parking open and a car was parked in that, there is no time limit for him?
No, there's no time limit for that.
Okay.
That's going to be
From Monday through Friday.
Monday through Friday.
Monday through
weekends.
Friday.
Right, I understand it. Well, because if he parks in there during the weekend, that's a violation to begin with. He's not allowed in there.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so do we have to do a motion on it, or are we just going to do an ordinance?
I think I've got direction. We're looking at 4-hour maximum for the car spaces, 7 days a week. Boat trailer parking to stay as is. We'll look at purchasing and chalking equipment, getting some quotes and types. And we'll also, I know this wasn't mentioned, but we'll go ahead and look at the signage change that would be required in that as well.
And if you don't mind, I'll work with the chief. I'll give it to him, let him work with it. And if any questions, I can talk to him about it. If there's any.
We really just need to turn it over to the chief.
Okay.
He can select equipment if you don't mind.
I want you to look at it. My feeling is I still have difficulty on the 7 days a week for the 4 hours in the car spaces. I really have difficulty that I would like you to look at it both ways.
But they can go in the trailer park, right?
But
But it's not-
if they park in the one space and you have 4 hours, they gotta come back and move the car over to the trails because they may not know to go into the
If
trail
you think they're
park.
going to be there more than 4 hours and the trailer park is open, park there first.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why it has to be looked at. That angle has got to be looked at.
All we're gonna do is write the ordinance, we'll bring it in here, and you all can do what you want with it.
And the public has some comments made, the public, I believe we have a comment from a public person.
Public person, please.
Hi, James. Sorry, public person.
That's the part I play.
Yes, he does.
You did kind of like Gloria Masserick did. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
James Hunt, and I'm Volusia.
Well, James Hunt, may I say welcome again?
We haven't seen you in a while.
Where have you been hiding?
I've been bed rest, by the way. I've had quite a year. I'm actually from Port Orange, but I'm a Volusia County resident, and I've heard Lighthouse Point Park, Lighthouse Drive mentioned a couple of times. And as you guys, a number of you were here, the big battle a couple of years ago with the county and 35 spaces along Lighthouse Drive. Fortunately, we stopped that, and fortunately, we stopped the expansion of the Marine Science Center. And so what me personally, and probably the rest of the people that I work with, would say, leave Lighthouse Drive out of this whole problem. We all know it's a terrible problem. It's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And I don't have the answer, and obviously you guys don't have the answer. And I mean, you're doing things, and you're going to do things, and that's great. But it's a real intractable problem. And it's just going to be, don't come here. You know, we're people, if you can't park, you can't park. And that 2 years ago was part of the argument. hell, you could put all of Lighthouse Point Park, parking in it's gonna fill up. So where do you draw the line? You got a preservation area and you got this very attractive little village area, the lighthouse and the Marine Science Center, and the boats and everything else. So, please leave Lighthouse Point Park. Concerned me to hear Volusia County saying something. I've got to get on that case now. And it's not something you have to reinvent the wheel. This has been going on in some other places, you know, Boston, all over the country, where these places are so attractive. And so it's not going away, we know that. And it's also, there have been answers, and some of the answers I know darn well they're going to be, put a sign down at Dunlawton and Atlantic Avenue, park's full, closed. Closed.
Thank you, that's my idea.
Pardon?
That's something I've been talking about for a long time.
It's going to come.
Warn people before they get down to the point that the park is closed. I agree with you. It would eliminate a multitude of traffic on Atlantic Avenue if we did that. That's another story.
Yeah, and it's going to come, and especially as you guys have noticed too, is that since the pandemic looks like it's easing up, is that I go over there in the last couple, it's crazy already. And this is May 15th, 20th. So it's, you know, give it June and these weekends, it's going to be crazy. And the traffic, you guys haven't addressed the traffic. I know you're going to be, because it's going to be, it's going to be something else lining up to get into the park and all this stuff. So it's not as you suggest, it's not simple.
It's not.
Not simple.
I mean, as I told you, I've been here 21 years.
We're working on it.
Dealing with it for 21 years.
Yeah.
It's not something you can solve overnight.
Nope. I think about this stuff because of the big battle about Lighthouse Drive. And it's all sort of, it's all related, but please leave Lighthouse Drive out of it. And that's not a part of the parking of Ponson. It shouldn't be. It's a preservation area.
Well, it's actually a private road, so we don't have too much control over Lighthouse Drive.
Exactly.
And that is their road, and it does not belong to us, and we're all aware of that, so.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
James.
Good to
It's
see you,
nice to see you.
James. Good
Hey,
to see you.
I'm down here, you just don't see me.
Yeah.
Anyway, you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
Welcome the new members.
Thank you.
And good luck to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a consensus at this point, Janine? Direction that way?
Yes.
We have sufficient consensus to
Thank
create
you.
the ordinance
Always
and
wanted
get more
Thank you.
information.
Well,
Okay.
and I gotta stop and say something, because this council has finally done something that I've been waiting to see. And we have talked about lock, stop voting and other issues. This is the way we get to 5-0. And there was an issue, there was not consensus when we started this, and there is consensus at the end. And that's the way 5 people should work together. And I appreciate watching that happen tonight. Thank you all. Okay, that was fun.
Thank you.
So we're down to 13B.
Yes, Mayor, that's my item. That is consideration of naming our boat ramp, the Jesse Lindsay Boat Ramp. Thank you, Becky. I think that what I would want to start by saying is this man has had a significant role in shaping our history. Now, you all read the staff report that I prepared, and you know, it's very difficult to define a man and his contributions in the brief report. But I have a few slides that may highlight this man and his important role in helping, you know, shape our town. And you see that Mr. Lindsay came to Ponce Inlet in 1909, and he worked at the lighthouse and helped to construct the path which leads from the boat ramp to the base of the lighthouse. And the next slide, Becky. Now, he worked as a fishing guide, helping local anglers catch fish, and worked at the Passetti House as a handyman. Now, we received a wonderful letter from Julie Davis. She is a lifelong resident of Ponce Inlet, whose grandfather was the last civilian lighthouse keeper, and her mom was born at the lighthouse. And although Jessie died before Julie was born, Julie did know Ida, who was Jessie's spouse, Jessie's wife. Well, Julie referenced a number of books, should you wish to read further about Mr. Lindsay, and I have a few books, and certainly there's a book written that's at the lighthouse right now. And in Julie's last sentence in her letter to us, it should resonate with all of us. She said, for those who came before us, let us not forget. And that's what I would like to do with Mr. Lindsay. The ramp was an important part of his life, as was the Passetti Hotel. So I would like us to consider naming the boat ramp the Jessie Lindsay Boat Ramp. And I would ask also that we consider designing an appropriate monument with writing on it that we could work, the staff could work with the Cultural Services Board, and they could bring back to us a monument idea and, something that would be an appropriate tribute to this gentleman, who we did highlight, if you remember, during Black History Month. So it's for your consideration. So, yes, Dave?
Well, I make the motion that we have the plaque, or whatever you want to build, to have the design in place down there in honor of Mr. Lindsay.
That's very kind of you, Dave. Thank you very much for making the motion. I don't know if is everybody okay? Well, I don't know. Sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
Well, I think, and I have no problem with that whatsoever, but a monument and a metal thing, they can etch one of these pictures in that monument also. And I have seen that done for other awards, and you get the plaques. But the picture etched into that same plaque makes it a big difference. Then everybody at least knows, because nobody's going to recognize his name. But when you see the picture, that should be a part of the monument.
That's lovely. And where the ramp is, there's the grass in the middle. And I'm thinking of something there. But that would be for the staff and the Cultural Board to bring back to us. So.
All right, let me just say something before you go on. In the job that I had the opportunity to visit every single service academy numbers of times. And they always said, if you don't have your history, you have nothing. When I read this, my very first comment to myself was, how's Julie feel about it? As soon as I saw the letter, I said, it's a no-brainer. Because she did a book on the history of Ponce Inlet that is absolutely, if you want to know the history, and history is everything. If you don't have history, you have nothing, whether it's good history or bad history. I can remember the Commandant of the Air Force Academy, which I got to meet when I was out there, saying he was, at that point, there had never been an Air Force graduate Commandant. He had graduated from West Point and became part of the Army Air Corps and became the Commandant. And I can remember I was sitting there because I was in this social studies class, and they were going over the history, and it was absolutely phenomenal. Listen, and he came over to me, I was in my 20s, and he said, have you thought about joining up? Because we have to have history. And the key to this whole idea is preserving another part of the Ponce Inlet history. So I'll second the motion that they've made.
Well, there's a public person again.
Well, before we vote, we need to give the audience comment.
This other person says it's a great idea.
Thank you. Thank you, James.
I'm not opposed to this at all. I just have one question. Is that boat ramp on maps? So if we change the name of it, do maps have to change?
We don't, it's a funny thing. We don't think it's a name change. Am I correct in that?
You're correct. I don't think it's actually ever
It's
been
not.
given a name.
Okay.
Simply
It's known
been
as the
called-
ramp
It's
in
the
Ponce
boat ramp,
Inlet.
it's the boat ramp, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Okay.
Yes, we did
Called the
check
Ponce
with,
Inlet Boat Ramp because Starling Boat Ramp.
but thank you, Mike.
Call for the vote.
Call for a vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Another one of those 5-0 votes.
Thank you,
We're really getting
everybody.
good at this now.
Thank you very, very much.
Then we're to your item.
Oh, no, this, the welcome packet.
Well, that's more the discussion of the draft.
Yes, and Ms. French will present this to you. She has been working very hard on this to glean a lot of data from a lot of different departments. Our idea for this was to make it information rich. And now I know we have a new planning and development director, and he would like the opportunity to go through and put his touches on all things in here that fall under him. So with that, I'll be quiet. Go ahead, Jackie.
Jackie French, Cultural Services Manager. At the January 2020 biannual goal-setting workshop, Town Council adopted the following goal for the Cultural Services Department of creating a new resident welcome packet. Concise information on our town, supportive of information on the town's website, is a welcoming beginning to all residents. Provided for you tonight is a draft of the welcome packet that contains pertinent information for new residents, ranging from water and sewer rates to work that constitutes a permit, and also local businesses. Specific detail within each department will be reviewed by department heads before final print. There are also 2 blank pages included. If council wishes to provide further ideas, we can also always add additional pages as well. Provided in my staff report were additional information on other local municipalities that include in their welcome packets. A new property owner in Ponce Inlet sets up their utilities either in person or via email for an individual's preference. They also receive a recycle bin delivered by Public Works to their property. Cultural Services Department is seeking direction tonight for either approval or presented new suggestions for further ideas and a desired distribution to new residents for this welcome.
So I have a couple of questions for you. First of all, I think it's a great idea. When I was campaigning, this is one thing I talked about because it's needed. There's new people that move in, they don't have a clue, then they get violated for something, and this will help them out. Is this going to be the size of the pamphlet?
We've worked with several different ways. This was kind of the brochure packet style. We can always change it for council direction.
Is the entire town going to get a copy of these, or just new people that move in here?
Again, it's per council direction. If you'd like to pass it to just new residents, if you'd like to have it linked on our town website, it'd have to be ADA compliant, any direction that council would like.
So let me ask you a question. So we can put this in the budget to mail out to all the residents, one initial mail out to everybody in the town?
You can put anything you want in your budget.
Okay, great.
Well,
Thank you.
and I think,
Well,
David,
you shouldn't
that's
have said that.
exactly what I was thinking of over here. The first cut,
Right.
just like the newsletter used to be,
What's that?
there ought to be one of these in everybody's mailbox.
Right.
I can't believe how much information you have collected and put in this document. There are things in here that people have lived here, God knows how long, probably don't know yet. And to have this laying on the desk somewhere in the house is
I think it's great.
Thank you. I took a lot of it from the website.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
It's wonderful. What, is it going to be glossy color? I mean,
Whatever we want.
you didn't, whatever we want.
Whatever we
Again,
want.
to direction, I've talked to
Well,
our printers.
it ought to be really pretty and noticeable, so yes.
It looks a lot better in color,
I would-
and
Enhancing
it
it
really looks
would be-
great in
would be
color.
great.
You can see the details in park pictures and other pictures as well. But I did talk to our printing service. He said whatever you would like to do. We talked about color on the front and back portions and black and white on the middle. He recommended, if we do it that way, it's $4 a book. It just depends on council direction, what you would like for it to be looking like.
Now, and the only thing that I was thinking about that is a little bit cumbersome is there's pictures and there's other things, and these pictures will change at some point in time because we're a dynamic kind of place. So I guess
details to some council.
For the first printing, you print them all and everybody gets what's here today. And then every election may change it. Every resignation of a department head can change it at some point in time. So you don't want to have too many extra copies lying around just to be prudent, but it should work. It is just gorgeous. I think it is.
Well done.
It's absolutely, Liz, you have anything?
I do.
Go, you first.
Thank you, concur, echo. One of the things that I found most helpful when I moved here was that magnet that went on the refrigerator. It told me when my trash was gonna get picked up, and it had some of the, like, Waste Pro or whoever was, our former. I recently reached out to, I thought, my waste company, because I was concerned my yard waste hadn't been picked up on a Wednesday. And so I called to say, has something changed in the schedule? And I found out, unfortunately, that I was calling the wrong number. So I wonder if a part of the welcome packet would include updating that magnet, which has the trash days, the trash hours, and it has all the town offices written on it, and so all that, I think you know what I'm talking about, it's like a 4x6 magnet. I just wonder if that could be part of the package as well.
What we're here for is your ideas. If you would like the magnet done, we can certainly do that. We actually did that magnet. I remember doing that magnet, but it's been a really long time, so I don't doubt that more information has changed on it. But at least the phone numbers wouldn't change. And in this packet, now our original instruction on this was that it be a welcome packet and that new people coming in would get it. And so we were planning to be doing reprints of batches of maybe 20 as needed. If this is something you want, then sent out to everybody at its first printing, and I don't doubt that that's a good idea, do you want the pictures in there of the people, your department heads and yourselves? Because we would never be pushing out another one. So those will be there, just like that magnet was made, 10 years, more than that. I think it was 14 years ago that I did that magnet. So I'm glad that you have it.
I don't know why I'm the only one saying this.
I still have it on the side of the refrigerator.
It was before I actually was the town manager when I did that magnet. So it's been a while, but so it just for you to think about, and you don't have to make a final decision on that tonight, but if you want this to be something, recognizing that somebody's gonna have this, in perpetuity, and the cost of the color in those pictures, if it's $4 a book with only having color in the front and color in the back, and everything else black and white, when you add color, you're at least doubling your price.
I don't think that, I think it's color in the front, the back, and the inside. As long as people get the information they want, I think they'll be happy with that.
So perhaps take the pictures out, what?
Well, and I think the pictures of the parks and the things enhance it very much.
Right.
I think the pictures of me and you and the rest of them aren't necessarily all that important.
Okay.
My turn. When you say vision, what about putting in the entire Ponce Inlet vision statement? First thing. Second thing, the layout. I love the layout, but I always like to see things nice first before I hammer them with things bad. So just a suggestion, put the parks and all the wonderful things first, then hammer with the permits, and then add rentals. Just add a section of rentals, which we just spent an hour discussing. We have nothing in the book concerning nothing, and being the educator. I did a brochure for the city of Plantation through the Chamber of Commerce. One of the things I made sure was in there were all of the educational opportunities. Hopefully we'll get some young people in. We can say Longstreet Elementary, the middle school, the high school. We can give them the district phone number, those schools' phone numbers. We can list the private schools that some of the kids come into the area. Put something in there completely about the educational opportunities for the children and the young families, hopefully, that will move into the town. Just a thought.
Can I make a suggestion? Let us, all of us, give us, a week or two to send our ideas to Janine, and that, right? Send our ideas into Janine to incorporate into this, instead of just kind of like giving our ideas verbally. Maybe we'll all do written ideas and send it. And then
Yeah, absolutely.
Are we supposed to do
Send
that?
them to me, and then we'll update and we will bring it back because we want to get this right and we want it to be, you want it to look the way that you want it to look, and we'll bring the magnet too. So now we're going to remove the people photos. The order will be parks and permits and rentals, that type of layout. We're going to create the magnet. There was something else that was stated, and I apologize, I didn't get it right.
Color on the back and the front.
Educational opportunities.
And when you say educational opportunities,
What I put together when I did it, I listed all of the schools, but also the special, I think the school that the kids go to is Spruce Creek High School. Spruce Creek High School, I think, has an international baccalaureate program.
absolutely, we can put in the
Something like
government
that.
educational
And
opportunities.
there's private schools, like I think we have a couple of kids that actually go out to Father Lopez. Put that in there, let them know the different opportunities, educational opportunities that are available. I think there's a charter school around someplace too. But put it all in and let the people know so that they have choices and actually see what it is.
Right, okay, we can get the schools in there. And there was a suggestion we received from a citizen regarding a map. We can try to do something like that at least identifies where our key government buildings are, and the streets, if we can. I'm not sure if we can get all the streets on there and have it readable, but we can at least identify police department, town hall, community center, fire department, public works, lighthouse, and kind of lay out that general layout of the map. We'll try it out and we'll bring
Well,
back
and
something to that.
Bill forgot his big suggestion that the good stuff in the front and the
I got that.
stuff in the back.
I got that. So, okay.
Kiss him, hug him, and hammer him.
Jackie, thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is
It's
great.
really great. I love
Yeah.
going through it.
Yeah.
Well, we did it again. Everybody agrees on something again. We're doing well here. All right, David.
Okay. So, several months ago, when I was out campaigning, history ago, in my councilmobile, I met a family, a Sprague family, and I was given a story of history on their mother. And I was told that they wanted to do something for Mom, but they couldn't do it. They wanted to put a bench up, and it was going to cost them a lot of money in front of the community center, and you'll hear why when I read this. So that just sat on my mind for months and months, and he was so dedicated to have something done, and I couldn't do anything for him. Well, I decided now I can do something maybe for him, and after I read this, you'll see why. Before I start, I want to thank Chief Scales for allowing me to have these books of history. Where is he? There. Thank you, okay? So I want to read this to everybody. Carol Ann Sprague was a dedicated town volunteer and resident. In 1981, after moving to Ponce Inlet, she was secretary of the fire department. In the 80s, she served as a volunteer lieutenant for the Ponce Inlet Fire Department and was then certified as a volunteer firefighter by the state in 1982. And in 1985, she was selected Ponce Inlet Firefighter of the Year. She was the only female firefighter on the team at the time, and at age 61 was one of the older members. Her son Paul was also a volunteer firefighter on Ponce Inlet, and they worked together on many fire calls. She also dedicated her life to Ponce Inlet, and below are some of her accolades. In 1984 to 1987, she served on the Board of Trustees for Pickey. 86 to 88, she served as president of the Garden Club. In the 80s to the 2000s, oversaw 46 flea markets and fundraisers over $110,000 for Pickey. 1990 to 1991, served as the president of Pickey. In 1990, was awarded Citizen of the Year. Ponce Inlet. 1992 was awarded Gardener of the Year as a member of the Garden Club. In 2006, received plaque of appreciation for 10 years of dedication to the town during Arbor Day 5K. 2006, Arbor Day co-chair. 2009, Grand Marshal of Christmas Parade. 2013, Grand Marshal of Christmas Parade. 2016, she got the Ponce Inlet Lifetime Achievement Award. And And 2018 Council Break Day Proclamation of Mayor Gary Smith. It would be an honor if we could put a plaque and a dedication at the firehouse located at 4680 Peninsula Avenue, which proudly carries her name, the Carolyn Ann Sprague Firehouse. I would like to propose this. We bestow this accolade to our firehouse. Also, I got some information from the chief. They had books up in their attic from way back, and I started reading some of these fire meeting minutes that she was a secretary and she typed up, and I tell you what, it really was like hit home. And yeah, I'll read a couple just so you see the flavor of what this woman did. Here's one of her, and these are all hand typed, and who knows what kind of a royal typewriter, whatever's typed on. She says, previous to the opening of our regular meeting, a presentation by Susan Schwartz was given on Meadow Fresh Farms powdered milk to be sold for fundraising. It was decided to pass powdered milk. When was the last time we heard powdered milk? Then I have another one here. It was reported we cleared $1,033.33 at the bike drag race selling beer. Suggestion for next year. This was all for the firehouse that she was trying to raise money. There's another one here. We netted $208 from the tug of war and $223.80 from the fishing tournament. They made a motion and it passed. Oh, this is a good one. We do not want or need an ambulance in Ponce Inlet. Supposedly an evac ambulance is to be stationed at Daytona Beach Shore Station. So our objective to be to attract and train volunteers interested in joining the rescue squad. That was easy back then. And then we had another one here. This is for something different. This was for when she, small town flavor. I don't know this one. I won't read. It's about taxes. But she typed everything in this book. She was the secretary. She typed everything. She was the first female fighter, and I really think she should be dedicated by having a plaque placed on the fire department building in her honor. And that's what I have.
Well, I happen to know Carolyn, and my wife and Carolyn were very good friends for the time since 2006 when we moved here. And if you ever were walking in or do anything at the Pickey Center at that point in time, in the community center, she was there. And she was always doing, she washed dishes. She put stuff out for the things. She was a wonderful woman, and her offspring should be very proud of that lady. Because
Sitting right there.
Where are
Her
you?
son
Yes, it's nice to see, because I don't think I ever met you two individuals. Did you live here at the time? And because I never saw you with Caroline.
Well, and Lori, his wife there, she was like, she is a daughter to her basically, right? Yes. So
I think it's a great idea. Let me give you a story about Carol. I used to be the candy man for the Lions Club. I used to, the candy man for the Lions Club. I used to have 6 different locations where we put out mint candies and for the Lions Club, and people would donate money. It was 50 cents to get it. It cost us 25 cents. But the whole thing was, it was an honor system. I never had to worry about the Pickett Center being short. You know, where some people throw a nickel in or a penny in, because it was right next to the window, and your mom made sure everybody put their 50 cents worth in. She was wonderful. I used to go in there just sitting there and talking when I'm counting the money out and doing the candies. So she was just neat. I mean, there were a lot of neat people in Ponce Inlet. We have had some of the most wonderful people over the years, and Carol's up there with that class act.
I agree. I like to make the motion, if you don't mind, that we present a plaque. We put a plaque on the firehouse, have it designed. Maybe you can help with the design, or whoever's going to put a nice plaque, a brass plaque on the firehouse, dedicating the firehouse to her.
And I would add the same comment I made to her. Find a nice picture of heroin and etch it in that plaque, please.
I have her original fire boots.
There you go.
That, perfect.
We'll bring that, we'll get a picture.
Dave, I fully support this. And I'll vote yes for it. But you know, maybe we could even bring back, they're going to bring something back maybe, whatever the plaque looks like, but I would love to see pictures of her and just do a little bit of, for those of us that didn't know her, I would like to have the opportunity to hear more about, you know, your mother. And I think the public would like to know that as well, because it wasn't on the agenda, so people don't even have the opportunity to know that this is something that was being considered. Or was it on the agenda?
No, but I have,
you're right.
if you want to put this online on our, you know, to show what we're doing, what I read tonight, I mean, I have a copy for you here.
No, that's very nice, because I feel that I would like to properly honor her and the contribution of her. And I don't want to give short shrift to her, is really what I'm saying. Because it sounds like she's such a significant woman, she provided so much to our town.
I have newspaper articles, I have pictures of her awards here.
Oh, I'm sure you have everything. It's more that I kind of want to give her a better tribute than just us speaking right now. But we'll have an opportunity. Will something be brought back for us to look at? Is that how we do this?
I certainly can. I mean, you're right. We did get some feedback from the public on the boat ramp, and only one, but there might be more feedback that we want to include that would, I'm sure just honor her. I mean, I know Mr. Henson, working with her on Picky all of this time, would love to be, have the opportunity to say something. So if you just direct staff to prepare the plaque and the item, we'll bring the sample of the plaque drawing. I would ask, don't say bronze, because bronze does not do well on the beach side. But we have other materials that we use that hold up a lot better. And we will work to put that together. We'll get the information that you have and assemble it. And I'm actually going to task our fire chief to take the lead on that. And then we'll bring it back to you for approval of the actual wording and everything on the plaque with the photo and the whole bit.
And then maybe once it's all done, we can have a little dedication at the site where we're going to put it. And do
Absolutely. We are so behind in dedication ceremonies. We didn't get to dedicate Pollard Park, the K&Airs Davies Park. Now we're going to be naming a boat ramp and this. Maybe we'll do them all in one day.
Can we not call for the vote, or somebody else have to do that? We haven't voted yet.
No, just a direction.
Consensus thing, and I think you bring that back, and it gets on the record with the packet. So then the packet becomes a public record forever.
Well, that's the packet. I give you this. This is the packet, basically.
So you put that together, then it'll be on the agenda next month, and it becomes memorialized like it should be.
And I'm sure if the Hinsons would love to be here, and there's a lot of people who would love to be here and say something. And as I said, I would like to hear and know more, and I appreciate whatever you have for us there.
Now, the garden club, knowing this, might fill this venue here next month because of her. Well, just wait and see. I got a feeling.
If we can just get that information, we'll get it together.
I will get with the family and get more information. I'll bring it to you. In fact, if you want to interview them and get some information, then they'll be glad to come to before the next month meeting. I'll work it out for you. I'll get it together, okay? All right, thank you.
Well, that brings us to Lois.
Okay. Well, you'll recall that we approved a proclamation for the Volusia Hispanic Chamber Day in recognition of their 10th anniversary. And I was honored to read the proclamation at their celebration, which was very well attended by other Volusia municipalities in the county. And I am so glad that Ponce Inlet was a part of it. The Volusia League of Cities sponsored a Civics 101 presentation at the Community Center on April 17th. Attendance was capped at 100, and we filled the room with our friends and neighbors. Pre-registrations were so strong that the president of the Florida League of Cities, Tony Ortiz, traveled here from Orlando to address the crowd. And the video of this presentation was included in the most recent newsletter and can also be seen at the c4pi.org. Now, at that presentation, we discussed several pending bills that were of interest to our residents, and I'm going to provide you with an update of those bills in a moment. Then I wanted to let everybody on council know that on May 27th, we will have our final virtual League of Cities dinner meeting before we transition back to live meetings. And this one begins at 5:30, and I hope all of you will consider participating. There are 2 topics. First, Scott Dudley from the Florida League of Cities will provide a recap of the bills at the end of the session. And second, we have Sheriff Mike Chitwood who will be speaking on the tangible and intangible costs to a municipality that result from the well-known correlation between animal abuse and violence against humans. Kate McCall, the Florida Director of the Humane Society of America, will be addressing legislation that now acknowledges this established connection. Resources are now being provided for cross-training and enforcement. For example, when a social worker goes into a home because there's been an allegation, let's say, of abuse of a child, and the worker sees an animal or an elderly person, the vulnerability of both is something that should be documented and addressed if required. Now, as previously mentioned, here is a brief update on some of the bills that impact our town. The first, home-based businesses. Now, the bills preempt, we are preempted here, local government from regulating home-based businesses. It prevents us from enacting or enforcing any ordinance, regulation, or policy, or take any action to license or otherwise regulate a home-based business in a manner that is different from other businesses in our municipality. Restrictive language that was contained in the House bill was then passed in both the House and the Senate, and this bill will take effect July 1, 2021, if signed by the governor. Then we have, with code enforcement, bills prohibit code enforcement officers from responding to anonymous complaints. However, it still allows a code enforcement officer to respond if they believe the violation poses an imminent threat to public health, safety, welfare, or an imminent destruction of habitat or sensitive resources. And additionally, the bill does not prohibit proactive code enforcement. This bill passed in both houses and awaits action by the governor. We also have another bad preemption bill where we can no longer adopt zoning and development regulations for specific design elements for single and two-family dwellings. It allows us to impose some design regulations within historic districts and in some other areas. That bill passed both houses, again awaits action by the governor. The regulation of short-term rentals, the bills in the House and the Senate, they died in committees. However, expect it all to come back next legislative session. It never really does. And finally, this is a good bill. This is an excellent bill. This is statewide flooding and sea level rise. These bills unanimously passed. They establish a $100 million grant program to help local governments, us, with the costs of assessment, planning, and projects to address flooding and sea level rise. The governor has signed this bill and it is immediately effective. There is a grant program and that will be funded through the Resilient Florida Trust Fund, and that was established in a companion bill and that also unanimously passed. So that is our wonderful piece of legislation for the town. Thank you. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
David's turn.
Not too much. I attended the League of Cities council training last 2 weeks ago. It was very interesting, learned a lot, and finally had it done. I recommend anybody who hasn't been there to go. You're going next, right? I talked to Marco Becky in reference to the bicycle and pedestrian that he's on on that committee with PTO, and he said to me, he didn't have any in the report, there was no news on the sidewalks. Really, that's all I have right now. Make it quick, you want to go home?
Elizabeth, 22-minute
Yeah, let's give him a break, yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. I wanted to, I'm going to that training in a couple of weeks, all
Yes.
for municipal elected officials. So thank you.
Get smashed.
Last night, we had a really interesting town hall meeting that was hosted by Councilman Israel, and Mayor was there, Vice Mayor was there, I was there, and of course, because of Sunshine Law, we couldn't say a peep. It is so difficult to sit in a room when you know the answer and you see your colleague struggling to like reach for the number and you just know you have the number and you can't say a word.
Right.
So I'm sorry that we're not able to support you, but you understood.
Oh, I knew.
Yeah.
I was
So-
hoping you wouldn't say it, because that would have been like,
We
you know.
didn't, and you would have thrown me to the floor if I had. No, Sunshine Law. So we can't say anything, so I can speak tonight. There were a couple things that came up, and I just wanted to share that. We've talked about this as a council before. We want our citizens to know more. We're trying to increase the communication. It's something that you ran on, it's something that I'm running on. It is just super important. We want more engagement from folks in the town. We want these meetings are good. However, I do feel that our citizens walked away last night more frustrated than they needed to, because we could have provided more complete answers had we maybe approached a meeting together. I don't know the right way, the ins and outs to do that, but there's got to be some way where we could all get together as a council and respond, not from behind the dais, but where we can more interact with people without violating the Sunshine Laws. And I wonder what that is, because he's on to a great idea here with these community meetings, but they're missing the mark because people leave more frustrated because they don't have a complete set of information.
We actually covered this in the memo before you became a council member about how you could address this from a policy standpoint. And as long as you did all the right things to make it a sunshine meeting, which means notice, minutes, and the opportunity for people to show up in a facility that's publicly accessible, you would do it no different than you do a general meeting here, except the agenda would be whatever the citizens want it to be, unless you directed it to a specific topic. Hey, we're going to talk about short-term rentals this week. Come in and bring us your input. Or we're going to talk about parking at the boat ramp this week, or whatever else it is. And then it would be essentially in a more of a format of a question and answer and input and exchange of ideas, and decisions might be made or they might not be, depending on how you put it on the agenda. Because this was never proposed, at least from Councilman Israel's standpoint, as that, what he's doing and what others may do if they choose, is something different. And so that's the answer, but it's not hard. It's the same formalities we do for this meeting, except instead of having an agenda and a pledge and all those things, you might just say, okay, floor's open. What do you got? Or, we're here to talk about short-term rentals. Let me tell you why. Or, we got problems with people causing problems in our parks, and here's why we're trying to regulate it before it becomes a problem, et cetera, et cetera. So that's how that would go.
So it's more listening posts for all of us to hear rather than just getting to hear folks
Correct.
for 5 minutes and then just having to try and connect with folks one-on-one. I really like this idea a lot because, I got to see, there were certainly more people there last night than are here today. So they're coming to the meetings and they're open to the communication. I just wonder if we can give them what they're asking for and maybe what they're asking for, but what they need as well, which is the full set of information.
Well, I think my last speaker, I'll have my turn. Speak.
Yeah, he asked you a question.
Okay, so I think last time, a lot of issues was brought up that no one knew anything about. Some got answers. The ones that didn't get answers, I'm going to call them and give them because I have their phone numbers and I'm going to give them answers. And tonight was a perfect example. We worked on the housing, the rental, and we came up with a resolution on it. So at least people are coming to the meetings and telling me what they want, and I do something about it. I mean, if we want to do it as a group, I have no problem with that. But it's good to communicate. Last one I had 35. There was like over 50 people there, and they came because they want to hear what's going on in the town. And now we have the streaming going on, so hopefully people will watch that. It's information, people love information, a lot of people are just too busy to come to meetings.
Right.
That's the problem, people have lives and I understand that, it's a long night sitting here my wife tells me every month, 4 hours a day, 4 hours, so, I understand that. So, but information needs to be disseminated to everybody out in town, okay?
Yeah, I appreciate that. So one of the things I'm going to ask then is, short of me just scheduling one on my own, I'm going to ask my council members if you would like to join me in that. So please expect that communication from me. I am open to doing that as a group in whatever way that we can do it.
No, that's not going to happen.
Never going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to happen if you ask Janine to check with availabilities and so forth as a council for a special meeting or whatever, but you're not going to communicate, and I say that as respectfully because that's a sunshine issue.
No, to her.
Your glass is coming
Yes.
up.
And my mug is.
Your glass is coming up.
And just to clarify too, our town council meetings used to be at the community center before this building was built. And there was a greater turnout for whatever reason. The building maybe is more inviting, I'm not sure. So perhaps if the council as a whole were to have a town hall, you would want to also do that at the community center as a more inviting area.
I just wanted to mention that because I think that was something just super missing, and a great opportunity to build on an excellent idea that is drawing in the citizens. So that was one thing. The other thing I wanted to mention from last night, again, I couldn't make the comments last night. I don't think, just my personal opinion, my understanding, well, it's not my personal opinion, it's kind of my understanding of why C4PI didn't post your last town hall was because they had found some inaccuracy in it, and from their point of view, you get a chance to fix it, you didn't, and so they chose not to post. I don't hold out much hope for them posting what you did last night either, because there were some inaccuracies in that one too. Maybe they'll give you a chance to fix it, but I don't think it's C4PI as much as their standards around putting out only the stuff that they know is correct. So that's just kind of what I wanted to clarify from last night.
Well, my comment to that is when we do Zoom here, things are said sometimes that aren't correct, and it's put out to the public. So no matter what I say, it should be put out to the public, and there's something wrong in there, and the public wants to contact me, I have no problem with that, but I think everything should be put out to the public. Communicating, it's called communication. If I have a town hall meeting and I make a couple of minor mistakes, okay, I made them, I'll admit that I made them, everybody's human, but I don't think it should be held back for weeks and months, like the last time was held back for 2 months. I don't think that should happen. That's just something, it can be worked out. I'd be happy if it's worked out, especially now that we're streaming and filming. I think it'd be great.
Yeah, so just the accuracy, I think, is going to go a long way to getting it shot right through and published, because one thing, like we said at the beginning, we voted to keep the fireplace, the fire department the way it is. We didn't vote to keep the fire department.
Well, it was a mistake in words. It was not a vote. I made a mistake in the words, but it was, let's not get into that right now.
That's unfortunate,
Right.
because then you can't get straight line just kind of pushed out.
Well, I don't think it should be citizens for Pine Sellers' decision whether they put it out. If they're going to film it, they should put it out. Whether we try to put it out and then give me a chance to correct it, but don't hold it for 2 months.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that for
Yeah,
the
I
citizens who
agree.
were there, who didn't get the full story about what happened last time and what might happen with this last night's recording as well.
Well, that's up to them. I can't. I have no decision in the making of that. That's up to the C4PI.
Yep, and then the third clarification.
And you're correct.
But thank you. The third clarification that I wanted to make from last night's meeting was helping the citizens understand how we came, or how Janine came, I guess as the town manager, didn't come to council, how we came to the place where the current internal investigation that's going on for the fire department, how did we come to the place where we went outside, where we had people standing up last night at the meeting saying things like, we'd always use the fire department, we've always used our own people. Why was this one so special?
Okay, well, it started off as a relatively simple investigation. First and foremost, none of these investigations were initiated by management. All of the complaints were initiated by firefighters within the organization. So we had 2, and notice was served of those 2 to complete, and then there were some additional ones that were filed in such a way that our fire department that was going to conduct these investigations could not do so. I know Chief Chief Glazier can speak to this. We spoke, and the police department, which is still just getting up to its manning level and still doesn't have a full-time investigator appointed, was not able to perform these investigations. And I also contacted the sheriff and met with some of his people, and he declined to take the investigations on. And I spoke with Mr. Pozo with Volusia County Fire, and he also declined to take the investigations on. So it wasn't my first choice to use the outside investigator. I never met her prior to this time period, but when you have allegations of the seriousness of these, you have to get them investigated. And so I spoke with our town attorney, our labor attorney, and this woman's name, her firm was brought forward as a viable option. Mr. Shepard spoke with her, agreed that she certainly was more than capable of completing the task, and he actually, under his contract with the town, is the one that is able to hire a additional attorney to perform an investigation. I cannot do that. But Mr. Shepard was able to do that, and so he did, and here we are, and hopefully these will be wrapped up very soon.
Yeah, I'm not in any way asking about the process or the speed or the efficiency. I just think that the citizens last night were a little bit confused because they didn't understand it. And now, I don't just want to say, now if y'all want to go back to the March meeting minutes, it's all laid out there in the March meeting minutes where we actually talked about at this council how we came to the decision to move outside. But I thought it bared repeating because here we are sitting in May at a town meeting, and folks are asking about why we would have gone outside. And again, we couldn't say anything at the meeting, but I wanted to make sure it was clear for the citizens, for the record, that that was indeed on the record and discussed in March, and we're clarifying it again tonight, that there is a rhyme and reason for why the decision was made to go outside for this internal audit. And that's all I have for tonight.
Well, like other times, that's a hard act to follow. And so I can scratch off short-term rentals, we beat that to death.
What about me? I'm left out.
But when you get started, I never get a chance. I thought I'd just...
I know, but I'm going to make it quick. I took our entire first step shelter report, which is 3 pages long, and cut it down to about 3 paragraphs. So it's not my fault these guys don't talk. But just an update on the first step shelter. I'm very active in it. I just spent probably 20 hours just trying to get a license plate for the car that was donated to us. 3 trips out to DMV, more files, time with the accountant, time with the budget keeper, time with the executive director. I never knew it was so hard to get one license plate for a donated car. But that's beside the point. Since the beginning of the year, we have had 82 people come through the First Step Shelter that have completed the program. We currently have 45 people in the shelter, and we are averaging about 7-8 a day in the safe zone. Currently, of the 45 people, 33 of them have an income. 43% of them, or 18 of them, are actually working full-time jobs. 15 have been unable to get a job, but are receiving SSI and SSDI. Only 9 are unemployed right now out of the people that are living in the shelter. And I've told you before, we get a lot of different types of people in the shelter. We've had people come in wheelchairs that have been brought to us from hospitals and just left on our front door. But we did have, and a lot of them have extremely fragile health. I was out there today for about an hour, and I had 2 people come out. One of them's had a stroke, and one of the persons is unemployed, but this one person was in the streets. Now she has a home. We're working on getting her a place to live. We're having a lot of difficulty being able to find affordable housing right now. One of the reasons, of course, is the moratorium on evictions. The landlords, where we used to accept the housing vouchers that the government will give you for these people with these disabilities, are very reluctant lately to do that. So we have people that are ready to go out there that have their vouchers, and we can't find a place for them to actually live. But you know, and that's tough because, as I said, one of the person had a stroke with a cane, and she actually is working. No, she's not working. It's the other one that has the cane that actually has a job, and the transport was getting ready to transport her out. But so I'm not going to. I mean, you know how I feel about it. I just see when I get out there and have the opportunity to spend some time, the wonderful things. I'm working fast. But wonderful things that happen. But the one last thing, we're always looking for a way to earn money. If you would go to the Ponce Inlet Facebook page, right now we are working on a walkathon, and that's the last week of the month. It runs from May 22nd to the 31st. It costs $20 to register, and then you raise money from family and friends that you're going to walk a mile. You know, the kids have done it for years in schools. You know, they get you to sign up. Of course, they get the grandparents to sign up for the most amount so they can clip you the most. We're trying to collect. We're actually trying to collect $15,000 because an anonymous donor, if we make to the $15,000, they're going to give us an additional $15,000. So I've tried to put my share in. But go to the website if you're interested in helping these people. And the whole goal, I always say, is, you know, the more people that we can help and become productive citizens within our society again, the less money we have to pay for in the long run. And I always think that is, and they're successful, and they are so proud of their accomplishments. It is so neat to watch. So please, go to the Facebook page, take a look if you're interested, and help First Step Shelter. I'm quiet. See, I was short. That was 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
I'm all for the joint meetings, and in discussing with other people and talking to Chief Glazier, they did this in Atlanta, and all the division and the department heads attend those meetings also. So taking that and applying it to last night's meeting, the people would have left with a lot more information and a lot less frustration. So I just echo what Elizabeth said at that point in time. And it's a stated meeting. It is advertised, so we advertise it just like this meeting, so it gets to more people, and the people are gonna get their chance to say what they need, and they'll walk away with the best answers possible at that point in time. That's one thing. And another issue last time was some of the transport stuff, and there's a little bit more to that story because I think it presents a more clearer picture. Through July, 171 days, we have now made 120 days, excuse me. We have made 177 transports, which is more than usual, which is somewhat concerning because it's been very quiet, but this first 3 months seems to have picked up. And so that equates to one transport every 16 hours. It used to be one transport every 24 hours at the end of last year. So our guys are a little more busy and they're doing it. And the issue of out-of-town and in-town transports is always something that people want to know. So year to date, we have had 51% has been inside transports and 49% outside, so it's almost 50-50. And so the way that it's usually stated is 50% of our transports or more are out of town. And that's a scary statement until you get the rest of the story that says there's one every 60 hours. So usually it's being one transport per shift, about sometimes two. So the availability of our ambulance in town for our own people is always up in an 85 to 90% availability if something is going to happen. And the worst that happens is if we're not here and evac comes, that's exactly the way it was before we got our agreement with the county to be able to transport. So I want to kind of reassure the people, and if we look at the statistics of how many times a evac ambulance has had to come to this town when we were not available, you can count on one hand over a several month period. It does not happen very often. We are the transport concern for our people to go to the hospital. That needs to be said so that they fully understand that. And then the other issue that came up last night was concern over Lois and I trying to switch places because they didn't understand term limits and they didn't understand our charter. We have no term limits, and the seats are up for grab at each election. So I've been the mayor for 10 years, and it was my decision, and I went to Lois and asked her that because of some schedule conflicts years ago, she started going to the mayor's meetings and continued to do that. And after my 10 years, no one had lasted as mayor longer than 6. So I've done what I wanted to do, and I got done what I did. But I don't want to leave the council because I enjoy it here and I think I provide a service. But this lady to my right here has gotten involved with Florida League of Cities, the Volusia League of Cities, goes to Tallahassee, has been to Washington, D.C. No council member in the history of this town has been involved outside of this town more than her. And the title mayor has a little more prestige than council member or vice mayor. And so at this point in time, I want to continue to serve this town, but I think she deserves that title for the work that she's done, and we've rewarded other people tonight for various things and acknowledged them, and I want to acknowledge her. That's the reason we are running for opposite seats, for whatever that's worth. So with that, I'm done.
We probably need maybe a 5-minute extension at the most.
I make that motion.
Second.
Go ahead. All in favor?
Aye.
Here we go.
Okay. All right, I won't even need 5 minutes. I won't need a minute. I did just want to mention, I don't know if I sent you all this email or not. Maybe I did not. Vice Mayor Puritsky has been selected again by the Florida League of Cities as the home rule hero, a home rule hero. They select a few, but there's not a lot through our state that has a lot of outspoken advocacy for municipal home rule, and this was leading up to the 2021 legislative session. I know that she was mentioning Siri. I know that she was mentioning the Volusia League of Cities meeting that's coming up on May 27th. What she did not mention is that she's going to receive her award at that meeting, virtual. And so any of you that are interested in attending it, and I've let my department heads know as well, and also for the sheriff's speech, that will be coming up then. And so congratulations on that. I see all your letters. I forward out your letters to the other council members when you send them in, and on the issues that we know are real important to Pond-Inlet. Then we just, a couple of quick things on the calendar. Obviously, we're closed on Memorial Day. That's Monday, May 31st. You have a list of your board meetings that are anticipated, and a blood drive coming up. And the election qualifying is, it begins Tuesday, June 1st at 9 a.m. and it ends Friday, June 11th at noon. And my deputy clerk and human resource director, Kim Sherbano, has all of the information to provide candidates on that, and in her absence, I am available as well. Thank you.
All right. Well, ordinarily I have nothing to say except good night at this point, but I was asked to cover some things. Thankfully, Councilwoman Vice Mayor Pritzky covered 3 of them. So I can substantially cut down my list, but it's based on what came out of the legislative session. I'll be brief. The first one that is noteworthy, it's not everything that happened, but this is noteworthy for you guys in particular. It's a bill called HB1, Combating Public Disorder. It is not yet, it has been signed and it has been approved, and it's effective immediately. And it is essentially an answer from the legislature to what they believed was the problem of the response or lack of response in Portland and the riots that occurred over the summer. And it places a duty on local governments to protect persons and property from unlawful assemblies and waives sovereign immunity. This is a big one for inappropriate response. Now, the 2 words that are most problematic in this whole thing are inappropriate response, because it is an undefined term. So the thought process, I'm sure, of the people who passed the bill is they didn't want to see a locality like Ponce or somewhere else say, you know what, we're going to be hands off and let the protesters protest, and the property gets damaged, so what? We're not going to stand for that. That would be an inappropriate response, and you could be sued individually for that inappropriate response. Similarly, however, without a definition, if the police were to beat the crap out of the protesters, that could also be seen as an inappropriate response. You can't win. And so I bring that to your attention as just another example of the ways in which your legislature, who is really problematic in so many ways, continues to live up to my very low expectations. On the Burt Harris Act, which we should all know around here because of what we went through for 10 years, they decided that that bill needed to be shored up as well. They shortened the notice period that we ordinarily get to respond from 150 days to 90 days. That doesn't give me much heartburn. But what does is the following, because our case was won on this issue. The fact that, notwithstanding that we were being sued for a ton of money, we had never received an application to approve anything. But at this, based on current law now, under what was House Bill 421, a claim by the property owner is filed within 1 year of the government's written response to their initial demand that somehow they were being affected by the allegation is sufficient, even if they've never filed an application for anything. Meaning, if they tell you, if we get a notice that says you've passed a regulation that affects my property in an adverse way, you have 90 days to respond, actually 45 days to respond to that, and then as long as they file it within a year, even if they never apply for approval of anything, they have a claim that is right. We won our case because no claim, no application was filed. And the reasons that is legally significant for you to understand is the reason that application requirement has always been a feature of not only Florida law, but federal law for land use claims, is so that as a government, you can see this situation in front of you and have the opportunity to react to it. You do not have that opportunity anymore. Thank you, Tallahassee.